watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Gary Klaus, the veteran fishing in his 100th Bassmaster event, takes on huge risk on day number 1, and with 1 hour fishing knocks out a huge lead. And this on day number 2, trying to protect that lead, brings in this giant in the final hour. Look at that go right there. This guy in charge after 2 days of competition on the legendary St. Johns River in Florida. That's what we've got set up for us today on this 3rd day of competition at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns. You can take a look at this morning, another fog delay like day number 1, but not nearly so thick, not nearly so long lasting. In fact, the fog would lift enough to get the takeoff underway as we look at our anglers during that time. Just making themselves a little nervous because this is a huge day, a huge proposition. Gary Klaus in the lead. But boy, he has got some tough customers chasing him. Is that right, Mark Zona? I think you'll agree with that as we take a look at our rules of the game.
Taking a look at our rules of the game right here. A 4-day tournament, 5 bass limited. As you saw right there, Tommy Sanders, big calls are going to be what you need to win this event. Well, we cut our field down from 100 anglers here on day 3. Only 50 left trying to advance to Championship Sunday, where the final 10 will vow for the trophy.
There's your leaderboard to start the day, and that's going to be Gary Klaus on top with a 6-pound-plus lead over Derrick Hudnall, hanging tough, the young man from South Louisiana. Talk about South Louisiana, a new face in there. It's going to be Greg Hackney. Greg Hackney coming up from way down back, and a tough day on day number 1, knocks out 22 pounds plus on day number 2. Mark Menendez, the veteran with a terrific record here. Some great competitors in this top 10. You got to be in the top 10 the end of the day if you want to fish on Championship Sunday. Mark Zona, let's take a look at this incredible, legendary fishery with our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Exactly right. The St. Johns River in Palatka, Florida, kind of runs all the way actually downstream to Jacksonville. But as you really look at this playing field, it's called the St. Johns River, but so many natural lakes. You look at Lake George, Crescent, all the way down to Dexter and to Woodruff, and some of our anglers making very long runs where it kind of just eats up your time, where you don't have enough time, well, really to manage your day, especially if you have a fog delay. With that being said, this is the land of the giants. Truly, some of the biggest bass that we see on the Bassmaster Elite Series comes out of the St. Johns River. That is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Just a legendary place and a place that we've been 7 times in the last 10 years with the Bassmasters. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders, and we are ready to go with 3 hours of coverage this morning. This all-important 3rd day on the first event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And if you want a shot at that very first trophy of the year, you have to fish well enough to be at the top 10 at the end of the day. And this is a place where the scoreboard can turn upside down in a moment's time. I mean, big fish are just about everywhere. And Mark Zona, yes, Gary Klaus, heroic over the first couple of days. In less than ideal conditions, the big ones are there, but they're not showing up as apparently and in such numbers as we have seen in years before, particularly 2019.
Exactly right. And one of the biggest problems that Gary Klein has, he's making one of the longest runs in the field, Tommy. It's eating up about 2 hours of fishing time getting there and then 2 hours back, which really only gives him, gosh, I mean, he has to get his work done in about 2.5 to 3 hours. I think the most critical thing in this tournament, number 1, we have a big weather system coming in today. I mean, it's going to get pretty nasty. The other thing is, Gary Klaus has never been in this position before in his career. I think this morning is the most important morning of this tournament, getting off to a fast start. If it doesn't happen in an hour, wheels might come off the bus.
Gary Klaus likely still running again, making the longest run of anyone. In our field of 50 out there today, we've cut it down from the original 99 who started this tournament. Mike Sukan in the studio as well. And Such, I know you're going to be watching the leaderboard and see who sets off bombs during the course of today.
I am Mr. Bass Track. Bass Track is Bassmaster's proprietary scoring system. On the water, we have 10 cameramen on our leaders' boats, and then we have 40 marshals on the other competitors, and they enter into a smart device every fish catch. Their estimates, of course, and that goes to our secret server under porch under Funkin' Wagnall's porch, and it tabulates. And
Oh, boy.
like right now,
Here we go.
Brian News caught a couple fish, and he's jumped from 9th to 3rd. I'm following that today.
All right, good to know you're going to be on top of it, Such. Let's take you to the weigh-in yesterday. How these players got into the spots they are in today. Patrick Walters made his debut as a Bassmaster Elite Series pro back a couple of years ago and did very well. And a new face, Brian New, Mark Zona.
Exactly right. Brian New said, I am here to win Angler of the Year and the Classic. I love that confidence. From there, taking a look at Mike Huff. Very solid stringer yesterday, just under 20 pounds.
Cliff Prince, now you say this is the guy to watch. The true native here from Palatka, Florida, who knows every inch of this fishery. And there's Buddy Gross, made a big debut on the Bassmaster Elite Series last year. He's angler from Chickamauga, Tennessee.
One of the veterans on the Bassmaster Elite Series. So much history here on the St. Johns River. Mark Menendez, and another veteran, Matt Herron. Slow, quiet, and steady all week long.
Boy, here's a guy to watch. Big day yesterday, 22 pounds plus for Greg Hackney, surprising no one. A great record here, has finished second here before. Watch out for him, and watch out for Derrick Hudnall.
Really, the entire story of this tournament has been Gary Klaus. And it looked great on paper yesterday, almost 20 pounds. But it was not an easy day for Gary Klaus. Not getting a lot of bites, but definitely the right one.
Yeah, you know, I took some time off and just, you know, kind of hitchhiked around the country, and now I'm back and it feels real good.
We talked about Greg Hackney's record here on the St. Johns River. It is impressive. 2016 was an impressive year with the legend, Rick Klein, knocking out the first of his 2 victories here in recent years on the St. Johns, but giving him fits all week long and really putting the pressure on was this man, Greg Hackney.
Exactly, and somewhere during this day, we're going to see a little bit of that St. Johns River magic from Greg Hackney. Really looking at what he's done here this week, one of the things that's amazing, where he's fishing today, there has not been hardly any competitors fishing on Lake George. Now, in years past, it's been probably one of the most popular areas of the St. Johns River. The other side of that is where Greg Hackney caught them yesterday. He said, I'm going to try to let that rest. I don't want to look at it again today. If I can let it rest going into Championship Sunday, I have a shot at this tournament.
He's a dangerous customer, former Bassmaster Angler of the Year from back in 2014. 15 classics he's been in. This guy has been there and knows how to win.
That's kind of a weird bite there. I don't know, it hit bit hard, like funny feeling. Got one appendage. But I let it have it too. I mean, it had it. Like I said, I didn't flip any on this in practice, so there could be some other, you know, bluegill, goggle eye, all kinds of. Because just like the bass, this is the only cover left in the lake, so everything, you know, in theory, would be out there.
And if you really listen to what Hackney said right there, Lake George, as we said, one of the most popular areas in years past on the St. Johns River. So much vegetation, and that vegetation would keep Lake George really, really clean.
It's always good, black and blue. Anything dark in that dark water is good, but just a June bug, strike king rage bug all week. 1/4-ounce lip sinker, 5/0 flipping hook. Pretty simple, you know. I've caught some wormfish and some on buzz bait, but the last couple days this has been my primary lure.
What we were saying was a lot of the storms, a lot of the hurricanes ripped the vegetation out of Lake George the last couple years, to where the only area that these bass, the only cover that they have to go to are those cypress trees right there. And Hackney was one of the only ones in the field to unlock that bite. This is the first time during this tournament that he has visited Lake George.
Just the sight of that guy with a flipping stick in his hand in this place that's known to be full of giants is just, you just cannot stop watching this, because it's something fantastic could happen at any moment.
Absolutely, and if you don't follow the Bassmaster Elite Series, he is probably one of, if not the best shallow water fishermen in the world.
And you know, just covered water and try to get, just find areas that, when you're fishing an expansive area like this, if you can get them on a moving bait, it just gives you an opportunity to cover lots of water, and that's what in some of these flatter areas like this, I'll just pick up and move, because what'll change, some of it will be deeper than other areas, Like there'll be some places down through there where there's, almost 2 foot of water on the trees.
Well, we mentioned him when we looked at that weigh-in footage. Cliff Prince, the true native of Palatka, Florida, as we say, knows every inch of this vast fishery. Always a favorite, one of the chalk favorites, certainly won this week down here in Florida, just because of his ability to get away from everyone else and go to places, specific spots, as you pointed out, Mark Zona, that can pay off for him big time.
Exactly, and really, he has said he hasn't really even scratched the surface of all of his areas that he has here on the St. John's, but also knew that he had to just sustain a lot of the guys that were catching big bags on days 1 and 2 and hope that they fall where he can just remain consistent.
Let's take a look at his effort on day number 2, trying to achieve just that, to stay ahead of the spawning fishermen, and had to go through a lot of fish and get into some places where we saw absolutely no one else, and that may be a key to it.
Exactly, and really the other side of it is he understands there's not a massive tide swing on the St. Johns River, but it's just enough to where it opens up certain areas, really from Palatka up to Jacksonville, that do not get as much pressure. And watching how he's managed his week, he's kept that main river honest, but you'll see him go back into these man-made canals and really keep those big spawners. And here's the thing. You see him fishing the main river this morning, but guaranteed, if we get some sunlight, he will go shallow before the day is done.
I know where a few fish are on the bed that I seen yesterday that I didn't catch, but nothing big other than one, and I don't know if she'll be there or not. But we're gonna beat around up here and let the tide get a little lower, and maybe we can see a little something.
That was me.
I'd like to catch a limit real quick, and then kind of lighten the day, but limits have been hard to come by early. Bites have been hard to come by early for me.
Seems like they're just here and there and putting it together throughout the day.
Yep, that's right. All right, let's idle in that canal over there.
Cliff Prince getting his day just started here, biding his time. Hard to overemphasize how much good work he got done, essential work, in the first 2 days of this tournament, coming up all the way to start this day in 4th place. He's still looking for his first keeper today.
No doubt about it. Taking a look, Gary Klaus actually still running to his one and only area he's fishing.
A lot of stories working out there today. We're just getting it underway, and we will follow them all for you. We'll be back after a short break. Stay with us.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
New tracks, new teams, and a new champ. The 2021 NASCAR season starts in just one day with the Great American Race. The Daytona 500 tomorrow, only on Fox.
Tommy, who do you have in the race?
Oh, I'm thinking Kevin Harvick.
Ooh.
For now, that could change. That could change. There's our leaderboard right now. I'm thinking right now, Gary Klaus is the guy on top until we are advised otherwise. Gary may still be running. Again, he takes on a ton of risk, making the longest run of the day, giving himself the shortest time to fish. And yet, he's made it work.
Oh, yes, we do know what time it is, and this is going to be, Tommy, the Mercury move of the day, and I'm not even going to call it the day, my friend. He's been the Mercury move of the tournament, not getting a lot of bites, and really, day one was very impressive with Gary Klaus. He only had 1 hour to fish, caught a 25-pound stringer, but yesterday, you could tell he wasn't real comfortable early, catches this giant. Oh, at about 11 o'clock, a 6-pounder, and that was the Mercury move of the day, or at least so we thought, and he backed it up with yet another giant. And like we said, watching his event so far, this is a very, very shallow area. You can see all of the mud getting kicked up right there. Can this area reload? And the other thing that Gary Klaus does have on his side, even though he's against the clock, not being able to fish as long as other anglers, here's the best way to put it, he is left alone with no other competition in that region.
Let's take a look at the run he makes in order to get that advantage, that fact of being left alone, which fishermen treasure. Don't make any mistake about that.
Exactly right. Really, from Palatka, he's fishing further than anybody else in our field right now, and it's only about 60 miles that he's running, which usually that's only going to take him about an hour, but the biggest problem is so many no-wake zones is what knocks that time down.
Take you back out on the water. Take a look at Mark Menendez, who in 2019 had a big battle with Rick Klein here on this water. Both of them catching giants, especially the final 2 days of competition.
Had our first 6-pounder caught by Clint Davis. He had 2 yesterday in one of our bigger bags, jumped from 68th to 24th. His first fish today, 6-pounder, puts him in 9th place.
Well, I just made a little move. I stopped and caught one real quick where I ended my day yesterday. Had a couple little bites there. Weather's getting ready to change, so I came on down here to my primary stretch where there seemed to be more fish. I can always go back to that stretch I started on because it is protected, and I should be in pretty good shape there to be able to fish regardless of what weather comes in. So I just hoping to get 30 minutes or an hour on this and get me another bite or two down through here. You just have to fish it all. You go down here and you pitch these outside trees, you don't get bit. You throw up here, you catch one, and it's real difficult to pinpoint where they are. And they're real finicky, they're real moody, they're hard to get to hold the bait long, which is indicative of a spawning fish, which I think that's what's happened. Most of the fish have pulled in here behind me here and are spawning. I missed 11 in a row yesterday. It was so dang frustrating. But I'm getting bites and trying to get the rust off of me from laying around for 12 months. From not getting to fish last year, so it's just a good feeling to be here on day 3 and see if we can get this job done.
So great to have the veteran from Kentucky, decades of experience with the Bassmasters.
Painstaking slow you have to fish. I found them on spinnerbait. Water was 58, third day of practice, and when I come back, after our day off, It's 68, and I didn't get many spinnerbait bites that morning. I haven't had one since, so. But it's just so prime for a spinnerbait. I can cover so much more water faster. But I've got to pick it apart, just get a bite, and then you fish a while, and you get a bite, and then you get 2 bites. And it's just painstakingly slow, normal Florida fishing.
Well, it was a pure joy in 2019, a couple of years ago, to watch 2 veterans slug it out on the final couple of days of this tournament. Giants showed up for that one. St. John's River at its best, and Mark Menendez at his best.
Exactly right, and that's the thing. If you looked at that lead that Gary Klaus had earlier this morning, that lead is not, it is safe on most bodies of water that the Bassmaster League Series goes to. But when you come to the St. John's River, that is what you are dealing with. This is the land of the Giants, where anything could happen with one swing of the bat.
Oh my gosh, that's a megalodon right there. Good gravy. No, come. You're mine. Yes. Yes.
Oh, that was some great stuff from Mark Menendez back not that long ago. Now, the Giants are here. They always live here, but that year in particular, they were showing it. It was just the magic week of the year.
Yeah, that was one of the most amazing tournaments that we've ever covered in 20 years of doing this together. But with that being said, we're going to see a little bit of that somewhere today, and it could be with this guy right here, Greg Hackney.
Z, Tommy, second place, Derrick Hudnall. He's off camera. He's in a bad area. Just caught a 5-pounder. Cut into Gary Klaus's 6-12 lead. He's only 1-12 back right now.
Derrick Hudnall has been impressive over the first couple of days for sure. He's found a place he has maximum confidence in.
Yeah, and Hudnall really probably getting more bites than anybody in our top 10 that we've covered the last couple days. So he will not run out of bites for sure.
He's got our big fish of the week, a 9-pound, 8-ounce.
Here's a look at just perfect Florida wilderness, old Florida for you on display all up and down this special river, unlike any other in the world.
It's definitely a different body of water this time around, though. Crescent Lake, the very first time that we covered a tournament here, was the biggest player. In fact, I believe the tournament got one in Crescent, and we haven't seen it the last couple times. You know, Lake George has always been the most popular area, or somewhere around Lake George, but quite a few guys in our top 50 this time around getting it done in Crescent.
Whole fishery is made up of literally hundreds of lakes, large and small. So many places to duck and hide and get away from everyone else, but not every place will produce what it takes to win the tournament.
Rookie Brian New is the first to a limit.
Real bad, but once you get out there, you can see. It's high, you know what I mean? It never settled on the water, it stayed up.
Greg Hackney talking about that fog that delayed them a little bit today. Really, Mother Nature gave them an uppercut on the first day of the tournament. They lost a third of their fishing time. Look at these anglers, though. They were able to get away pretty close to the scheduled launch time, so we'll get a full day of fishing, and that's certainly a big, big help to the size of the bags at the end of the day. But we're a long way from there. We'll be back with more.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
All right, well, there's our map of our fishery here, the fantastic St. Johns River. You can see where Gary Klaus, our tournament leader to start the day, has gotten to. He is close to his destination, but he has to do a lot of running, not at full speed, but on idle. Those are the regulations. What goes through his mind as he makes this run?
Well, here we are, run an hour so far, actually hour 10 looks like. Going through the idle zone. I'll get down there, and for me, it's just to do the same thing again over. It's there's really no other choice. I don't have a plan B. Plan A is going to have to work, or we're just not going to catch them. But hopefully, a couple more big ones moved in. Like first day, I caught like 5 big ones. Yesterday, I caught 2 big ones. I don't know if there's any more big ones back there or not. I know there's some small ones I saw moving around a little bit, but it's just the same thing over again. Go back there, throw my big worm, and maybe throw a chatterbait a little bit, perhaps a swim jig, and load her back up and head back home with about probably 1 o'clock. We got to put it on plane.
Well, some anglers have been fishing for more than an hour, so that gives you an idea of what Gary's spotting the field there.
Exactly right, and really it's been a 1-2 punch. You got to hear Gary Klaus talk about it right there. A bladed jig and a big ultra vibe style worm. And really, if you look at those little clumps of bulrushes, no doubt about it, those fish are spawning on those clumps, and you'll see Gary catch one that size where it's only about 1.5 pound male, and then back it up with a bigger female. And it's staggering to me how shallow he is fishing. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of deep water in that area. And he made the comment late yesterday, he needs to just slow down, because he was ratcheted up pretty good yesterday morning. Seems a lot calmer here on day 3.
He sure does. He sure does. And boy, you worry about his spot there. I'm sure he worries about it more than anyone. That shallow water and open spaces can sometimes translate to fragility. We'll just have to see how it pans out, and Gary's got to wait it out and idle for a little longer before he gets there. Back over to Crescent Lake. Terrific shot there, Mark Menendez, a veteran from Kentucky.
And one of the things that Menendez said that kind of amazed me, he said, I'm definitely not on the winning fish, but I know I can stay consistent. Usually every time we cover Mark Menendez here, he's frighteningly close to Lake George. And somewhere through this day, he made the comment that if he can just catch a nice limit where he's 12 to 14 pounds, he will gamble today at some point.
Just wish
This guy who really seems comfortable here. He's able to do intuitively what he knows to do through years of Florida experience.
Go ahead. A little bit. Be interested to see what this.
Again, using a lot of old school techniques. We saw that footage from a few years ago here where he just really caught giant bass all day long. And he keeps up with the times, but he does not forget the things that made his career, that's for sure.
And really what's different this time around on the St. John's from years past, predominantly there's one major region of the system that's a player. Like 2 years ago, Tommy, everyone that was in the top 10 was fishing the north end of Lake George. Every single person was in that 2 to 3 mile stretch. This time around, you're seeing a lot more the south end of Lake George, man-made canals down around Astor, all the way to guys fishing in Rodman. It just seems it's a lot more spread out. Now that a lot of that vegetation is gone, it has spread our anglers, in particular our leaders, out a lot more this time around.
First look at Matt Herron, the veteran from Alabama. Done big things on the Bassmaster Elite Series, yet still looking for his first Elite Series win. And he, and as you mentioned, Derrick Hudnall, probably the 2 guys who caught the most numbers of fish over the first 2 days.
You just feel like at any point, Greg Hackney's going to explode on Lake George. He said he got a lot of bites doing this in practice.
Arkansas native who has made his home in South Louisiana for a good many years now. So as you can imagine, this is one sort of place that looks familiar to him.
Exactly. I mean, that's how he cut his teeth fishing in Arkansas and Louisiana. The one other thing that he made a comment about was they had some big fronts come through in practice Monday and Tuesday of this week where we had some wind, and Hackney was one of the guys that said, man, when those fronts came through, I caught them, and we're going to see one of those fronts here in the next couple hours.
We talk about Matt Herron and the big things he has done, although still looking for his first Elite Series win. He has won big tournaments, make no mistake about that. One of them, the Toyota Texas Bass Classic in 2016 on a place called Lake Ray Roberts in Texas, where incidentally, we're going to contest the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic this year.
Exactly right. And just like Greg Hackney, one of the best shallow water anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series, whenever they're in about 3 foot of water and less, Matt Herron as good as they get. But like you said, Tommy Sanders, we're yet to see that Bassmaster Elite Series victory from Matt Herron.
Just became a Bass millionaire in this event.
All right.
A check. Now I got another big fish. Keith Combs with a 6-pounder. Jumping from the 20s into the teens.
We might keep our eye on him today if we can manage it somehow.
But Bass Track just popped in a new Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader, Brandon Palaniuk, 7-pounder.
That is staggering because he had such a horrible first day of this tournament when we had a camera in his boat, naturally.
That's how it goes.
Get a little bonus coverage for you right now. Brandon Lester, definitely one of the stars of the Bassmaster Elite Series for the past few years. One of the favorites coming in here and having a good tournament. Brandon, are you pleased, or do you think it can get a whole lot better for you as we go through the next 2 days?
It could definitely get better, Tommy. You know, these fish are coming. There's no doubt there's new ones moving up every day. And, I mean, obviously conditions right now are not real good for sight fishing, so I just kind of came in this canal this morning, and I've been kind of pitching a worm around and throwing a little top water prop bait. I've caught a couple. I've got one about 3 1/4 and one about 2 3/4, and both of them actually came off bed, but they hit the prop bait. So it's
Brandon, an unbelievable day 2 stringer, but it was a rough day 1. What exactly happened day 1 and the transition you made into the second day of this tournament?
Yeah, so day 1, I actually found a pretty neat little deal. It's almost like a shad spawn deal. And it was really good during practice. And day 1, they were there. They were blowing up on the bank, and they're chasing these little bitty minnows. And I just couldn't trick them. I couldn't get them to bite. I only caught 3 of them. And then yesterday, I had some bites in practice just kind of fishing these canals. And I knew there was more fish coming, so I kind of committed to this deal yesterday. And I just ran across a good canal that had some pull up in it.
Brandon Lester, 21 pounds plus on day number 2 to absolutely put himself right back into the conversation here. We'll keep our eye on his exploits today, as you can get a look at his location right there on the St. John's.
Gosh.
Let's watch a minute here. Brandon, thanks for letting us intrude for just a moment.
Absolutely.
There. Brandon Lester, one of the big stars for Tennessee and the Tennessee River, where we'll land next on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's a good ways away, and we're a long way from deciding a winner here. Gary Klaus with the lead, still traveling, maybe just now, coming into his fishing spot. So he gives up a lot of time every day for the chance at a big stringer of fish. We'll see if that works out for him today. That and so many more stories to cover. We'll be right back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Back to our live coverage here. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. 3 hours this morning on FS1. Tomorrow, same thing for you on FS1, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Live coverage of Championship Sunday. That will be a big day. But boy, these guys have to think about the job at hand. Today, you have to make it to the top 10 if you want to be here, if you want to be on our show tomorrow. That is a big mountain to climb. So much fishing time left in this day, and now we see Gary Klaus has finally arrived at his destination. Now he can get to work, see if he can preserve that lead.
And Gary Klaus totally left alone. You take a look at the south end of Lake George, probably more attention there with a lot of your leaders than anywhere else on the St. Johns River. Keith Combs with a big one in his live well. Derrick Hudnall, another angler with a giant in his live well. All the way into Lake George, you see, gosh, so much history there where 90% of the field used to fish in Lake George. There's one angler being Greg Hackney.
Full 50 anglers out here, cut down from our original 99. Third place to start this day, Greg Hackney.
You see Hackney really focused on those cypress trees. Very, very lightweight on his soft plastics. One of the things, a lot of these fish are spawning, and you don't want to come in there with a real heavy weight and bomb on top of them.
Not to be in a hurry. Just let it happen. Just got to get one to bite so I can key me in on exactly where, when, and how.
Hackney made the comment during practice when he found these fish. There was a stretch where he was getting bit almost on every single cypress tree.
Did not have the luxury of fishing slowly and deliberately on day number one. He said, I just had to catch a limit. Man, I had to go way faster than what I was comfortable with. And he is a methodical
See, the only thing worries me a little bit is they might have, because they could have just been staging. And they won't always spawn on the same cypress trees when they first move up. You know, they stayed on the deeper ones, but there's a chance they went in behind. You know, I don't. So I caught the first one on this stretch out of that cluster sticking out there in front of. This is where I started. I just came in about right here and started and fished, you know, that way. And he was on the outside. It was a big male. I say big male, about a 3-pounder.
During his fishing day yesterday, Hackney saved a boater who had flipped over.
Read about
was hanging on to his boat, and they went over there and got the boat to safety and took the angler to authorities.
Wow.
He and Dale Hightower.
Is there anything he can't do?
Exactly, Tommy. You know, I asked Greg, he left the Bassmaster Elite Series, and I spent a lot of time, Tommy, you know this, I spent a lot of time with Hackney in the office, probably too much time. But he is one of the best big bass fishermen in the history of the Bassmasters. And I point blank asked him, I said, why did you come back? What was the number one reason? He said, look, man, I spent 20 years honing my craft, fishing this way, fishing for 5 bass, better than average size fish. And he said, this is where my comfort level is, and this is how I want to retire. And the way you see him fish right here, this is his game. You know, you could tell he hasn't put a fish in the live well yet, but you could just tell his comfort level doing this.
Among active anglers on B.A.S.S, he is number 2 in wins and number 2 in money earned, $2.4 million.
Wow.
He is a force of nature. Speaking of nature, nature has played a big part in this tournament. Let's take a look at our TH Marine weather watch. A high of 80 degrees today. That's good. Low of 64, warm nights. That is good too. Not so good, the possibility of scattered thunderstorms. Could be some of them fairly severe. These guys know how to protect themselves in those situations, but boy, that can have an effect on these spots that are currently producing fish for them. It might alter them to some degree.
Exactly. And Keith Combs said, whoever can adjust to the fronts that look, it's been very stable. It's been awesome Florida weather the last 2 days. You know, sunny, high skies, a little bit of fog in the morning. But Keith Combs made the comment, and I believe this, whoever can adjust when these fronts come in is the one that's going to win this tournament by the end of Championship Sunday.
Trees, if there's high spots, I can actually see the bottom. You know, it falls off right in front of them, and then
I looked at the future cast, and Gary Klaus may not get the hard stuff, but most everywhere else will.
Beautiful weather yesterday, just ideal conditions, not much in the way of wind. Some scattered clouds, but mostly high sunshine, which is a big help to these guys who are fishing for spawning bass.
Exactly, and really if you look at Cliff Prince throughout this tournament, catching a lot of smaller fish, and by day's end, days 1 and 2, just solid stringers. The one thing that Cliff Prince said, what I am missing in this tournament, I need one giant these last 2 days of competition.
Prince making a lot of moves, more than any of our other anglers, really, because he knows where to go. Corey Johnson was kind of bunkered in one specific place. It paid out pretty big for him in day number 1. Found that going a little slow on day number 2.
Yeah, and that little canal, that little natural canal that he's fishing in down at the bottom of Lake George saw a lot of pressure, and there was actually a couple really big stringers caught out of there. And I think Corey Johnston kind of salvaged his day from about noon on. That right there was a little bit of a mess, but at about noon, he was in bad shape on day number 2.
Almost managed to crawl back into the top 10 after falling out of the top 20, as a matter of fact, during the course of day number 2. Derrick Hudnall put on a show for us, that's for sure, and he seems very at home here.
Exactly right, fishing the missile baits, 48, no weight, just wacky rigging it. And Hudnall probably more bites yesterday than anybody else that we had cameras on. The main thing is Hudnall needs to execute. Lost a lot of key fish on day number 2.
Third-year man is Derrick Hudnall, started in 2019, and looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series win.
Derrick Hudnall fishing just around the corner from Matt Herron, but having to idle over about a 500-yard 1-foot flat to get to these bass right here. And he feels that that's one of the reasons that it got overlooked, whether it's locals or other guys in this tournament. A lot of people go over that flat and just say, it's too shallow, and just turn around. But this is the exact same area that he found them in last year's Elite Series tournament.
There he is. Gosh, dang it. There she is. All right. About that one for number 1.
16 pounds, a good day for Derrick Hudnall. Gary Klaus coming into day number 2 after doing a little miracle working there on day number 1, an hour of fishing and 25 pounds for a huge lead. Pressure on, though, yesterday.
And really looking at Klaus's day yesterday, filled with a bunch of males, and then he would back it up. If you looked at the isolated cover that he's fishing,
terrible job of landing the fish.
like right there, those little patches of bulrushes, very, very, very shallow water. He'd catch one of those little 12, 13-inch males like that right there, and then back it up with a giant. And really on day number one, he had 5 5-pounders, 5 that were over 5 pounds. Yesterday, only 2 giants, and the main concern that Klaus has, have I just pressured this area too much?
That last of his 2 big ones was a big relief to him. Certainly justified all the risk-taking, all the running that he had to do on that day. Back live with Greg Hackney now as the rain starts to pass through. Going to be scattered patches of rain.
I felt him, I don't know. I mean, I let him have it, you know what I mean? Like a little bit, all I had to do was pull, but I wanted, since I ain't caught one yet, I really want to try to break his head. I don't know why I'm like that. I picked up, I don't think it was a very big fish, but I picked up and it just, I mean, he got it as soon as it went in there. I was like, oh yeah.
All right, a little bit of feedback.
It's coming.
A little bit of feedback for Hackney. He may be about to start operating the way he's known to do out there amidst all those cypress trees. Gary Klaus still has yet to put his first keeper in the boat, yet he hangs on to the lead, but barely over Brian New. Brian has put a good one, and actually a couple of good ones in his bag right there. Derrick Hudnall, same story there. Things are happening. Things are starting to loosen up on the St. Johns River. We'll have more for you.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Live coverage continues of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River. That's a look at this massive fishery, and there's a look at our leaderboard right now. Gary Klaus has finally made it to his spot and started fishing, Z.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And for the first time in this tournament, you are really starting to see the weights are starting to compress. Yesterday at this time, it was the Gary Klaus, Derrick Hudnall show. A lot of more anglers in our top 10 in the mix, and we said it, no lead is safe on the St. Johns River, as we've learned in years past.
Yeah, we look at the rookie Brian New making a big move today, having a bust-out third day of these 4 days of competition. Of course, all headed for tomorrow, Championship Sunday, when only 10 anglers will be left in it, and one of them will hold that trophy at the end of the week. It's the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. So happy to be bringing you all of it from here. So happy to welcome in our colleague, Ronnie Moore, King of Knowledge, at the screen of knowledge. And I kind of guess what you're going to say, but I'm going to let you roll it out for us here.
Well, we're going to talk about a couple stats, fantasy fishing and bass track, and explaining to the viewers at home how to pick and how to know which anglers are going to do well on bodies of water. And we saw a day one at the St. Johns, only 4 hours of fishing with that fog delay. We saw the stats on that. Only half the anglers caught a limit, and the average fish size was down. 4 hours is a short time, especially with our run time on the Elite Series, getting to your spot. So we saw the day one stats. Day two, almost the full field caught a limit. You know, a great percentage, 85% roughly caught a limit. The average fish was almost 3 pounds, 2 3/4, and which is great average fish size. The big bass was 8.5 pounds. The big bag was 23.5. Those two guys, Wes Logan and Brian Snowden, with those significant day two performances, jumped up the standings big time, giving them the opportunity to fish today, but also putting them in the running to maybe make the top 10 for tomorrow. The cut weight, it was only 8.5 pounds on day one. With that short day, only 8.5 for 50th place. Yesterday, 22 pounds and 6 ounces was the cut line. It doubled and then added 5 pounds to it, so it was a huge mark. And when we're talking about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, the best team right now, halfway through this event, halfway through the first tournament of the season, the team JKR1 has the best lineup so far, sitting at the top by himself with Greg Hackney, Brandon Lester, Derrick Hudnall, Cliff Prince, and Mark Menendez. Derrick Hudnall, he doesn't even have his Big Bass bonus points factored in yet either. He's sitting in second, Hackney third, Cliff Prince seventh, Menendez fifth. Lester made a huge jump for a lot of players yesterday, from only 5 pounds or so up to 21 pounds and into the top 25.
How many points is that super team right there?
It's well into the 1,300 point range.
Which
I'm
is
at about
like a blowout.
It is huge, and it is a huge point total there, beating everyone else, which is over 30-something thousand players already for the Bassmaster fantasy fishing season after the first event. And then the guys we'll see on camera today that performed well yesterday, first, second, and third, Gary Klaus, Derrick Hudnall, and Greg Hackney. Hackney's caught the big bass of the event here 2 or 3 times before, and he's going to be sneaking around the top points already in third place. While Derrick Hudnall, second place, has the big bass of the event, a 9.5 pounder right now. And then Gary Klaus, the leader of the tournament, getting the biggest bag of the event as well. And when we take it over to Bass Track, that's the way to stay with our live leaderboard. Other sports have that running ticker tally at the bottom, give you an update of how it is during the day. Well, this is what we call Bass Track. And you can check out the guys that we have on camera today, guys who are off camera making a run up the leaderboard. Wes Logan, the big bass yesterday. He's up into 7th place, and then a guy like Brian Newt down in 9th place for our coverage. We're going to watch him today on camera some, but he's already up into 2nd place, the only limit of the morning. You can click and learn more about him. He won our Opens, Falcon Rods Opens Angler of the Year title last year, so he's a rookie, but he is a very seasoned vet as well. Very good angler, Brian Newt, jumping into 2nd place, and that's our Bass Track. You can check that out and see our live leaderboard throughout the day.
Brian Newt, very impressive North Carolina angler who's won in Florida, won of the BassPro.com
he won
with
at the
Kissimmee
Kissimmee
chain. So we got our eyes on him. We can't wait to bring you some Brian Newt streaking today, doing a very, very good job out there, currently in 2nd place.
Ronnie Moore, king of knowledge. That was a fantastic breakdown. And usually, young Ron Moore brags on his fantasy team, which he did not do.
Yeah.
I noticed this.
What's up?
I had some positives, but I had some negatives yesterday as well.
That's a good way to put it.
Greg,
Finally, got me a little nibble. Patience. I gotta have patience. I felt like that one was gonna be there. Looks like a yellow one. That's fun. I just like to make us wait. They on the shallow ones. See, that one was about 10 inches. That one was too. I like that. Same deal. I pitch in there, pick up the swimming off.
I like that too, Tommy.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah. He is.
I have waited 3 years to see that again.
let's see it again.
Crack the whip. Oh, it's been a while to see that again. But you knew somewhere in this tournament, Greg Hackney was going to have a camera with him. And it is a matter of time. Trust me, it is a matter of time. A very solid male right there, about a 2.5 pound bass. Hey, he's going to hit one where it is going to be welded to the bottom of Lake George.
Yeah, it's going to look like a fence post that he draws back on.
Yes.
Putting the puzzle together, giving us a few clues there. We appreciate all that.
The other thing, listening to Hackney, you heard him make the comment, uh-huh. Yep.
Number 2. Now see, if I'd have swung on him too soon, he didn't have it. When he got it the first time, I was like, that fish ain't got it, and I just eased, and then I felt him go ahead and finish the deed. He didn't have it quite all the way in there.
Oh, it is going to be a fun day with that filthy little possum.
So if I completely cover the floor with June bug rage bugs today, I figure if I get 10 or 15 shots down through here, I'd have a chance, 1 or 2 chances at them. Sure enough, you know, the one. I got to ease up on that hook set just a little bit. This water's so shallow. I just need to be leaning a little hard.
All of those skills, plus fold in the confidence, fold in the patience that this guy possesses, and you've got a formidable foe out there. Greg Hackney, 2 fish in the boat after waiting them out here amidst the cypress trees. Yes, as you say, Mark Zona, something we've been waiting to see and something we're going to be keeping our eye on.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
New tracks, new teams, and a new champ. The 2021 NASCAR season starts in just one day with the Great American Race, the Daytona 500, tomorrow, only on Fox.
Tommy, and I'll see your Kevin Harvick, and I'm going to go with Martin Truex in this one.
That's a
prime
good
time
pick
player.
As well. I don't find anything wrong with either of those picks.
We're going to take a look at Gary Klaus's run.
We'll keep thinking about it, taking a look at, Gary Klaus's long run. He's finally set up. He's finally fishing. Started the day with the lead, a big lead. Boy, while he was running, things were happening to him that he doesn't know about. Mike Huff has taken over that lead.
Well, ran about 2 hours and come back to my little mud hole, see if we can catch one. I don't know, it's overcast today, no wind at all. I'm not sure how today's going to work out. It's been a good tournament so far for me. I can't complain no matter what happens today. Looks like a tilapia flipped right there. I do feel like the guys the longer the tournament goes on, the guys that's making the longer run, sometimes it works to your advantage, because sooner or later the amount of fishing time you get is going to outweigh the guy that has the least amount of fishing time. Like for me, for example, I've got to fish a total of 5 hours probably in the first 2 days of the tournament. Everybody else probably fished, some of them 16, some of them, even the guys that run an hour, they probably end up fishing, 6 or 7 hours a day. The first day they got a little bit cut off from that. All right.
Take a look at yesterday's fish catches right here. Spring Garden Lake is where Gary Klaus has concentrated on this whole tournament so far. Right around the corner, Tommy. Get ready for this. From De Leon Springs.
Oh, okay.
Is where Gary Klaus.
All right.
Well, you're very welcome. And the other thing is, boy, it looks like he's on a different body of water. Very, very, very shallow and really, really clear water. You have to ask yourself that a lot of cloud cover today. Yesterday, you see sunny all day long, and those fish would really tighten up to those little patches of bulrushes.
Z, do you think this area is going to be a positive if rain comes into the area, like heavy rain, because it's so shallow, so much shallower than everywhere else?
That one right there was in the last 10 minutes of Gary Klaus's fishing day. A monster cull, over a 5-pound cull. Without that last bite, I don't even know that Gary would have been in the lead yesterday.
Right. It'd been wake. It was a 6-pound lead, 6-pound fish. That was a 5-pound, 10-ounce cull that he pulled off right there. Place looks kind of big, but boy, the number of targets that, like you're looking at right there, are very, very few.
It'll be interesting, Tommy, if that weather makes it down and rain hits his area, how shallow and like it just, no one else is catching him where it's churning up dirt when the fish swims back to the boat.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He watch every little move that that boat makes. You see a little puff of mud coming up there. It's a place where you know, the long cast. That explains the long cast. That explains the fact that he's just got to keep it quiet, and essential that he's in there by himself.
One of the things that we talked about, we thought it was critical that Klaus got off to a quick start to kind of calm the nerves, know that they're still there.
Checking in now with Derrick Hudnall. This will be our first look at Hudnall for today. We know, watching Bass Track, that he has put a good one in the boat so far.
She's got it.
This one right here, moments ago with Derrick Hudnall.
There she is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby, come on. Come on, baby. Oh, big girl, come on. Come on. Come on. Give it to me. Oh, got her. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about right there, baby. That's the way to start day 3. Give me some. Yes. Look at that one. That's what we came to Florida for right there, baby. First cast. I'm gonna clip every one of them. Oh, man. Oh, shit. I'll tell you what.
Big one right there for Derrick Hudnall. Really, really light line. If you don't follow the Bassmaster Elite Series, you notice how much he played that fish right there. Fishing a weightless wacky worm, Missile Baits 48. But that right there is exactly what Derrick Hudnall needs to start this third day of competition. And Tommy Sanders, fair to say, it is an assault on Gary Klaus early this morning.
Oh, yeah. Him running, him idling, all these things going on in the background. It's, as we say, this scoreboard is going topsy-turvy. Top to bottom, all day long.
And that's what the St. Johns River is, man. Any cast, you can catch a bass like that, if not twice the size of that.
At least she was there. First cast. As soon as it was sinking, the line went, doop. So she got it. That fish gave me 4 chances yesterday. But we got her today.
And he'll need that. He'll need one more of those than what Gary Klaus catches, because he's down by 6.5 to 7 pounds coming in. If he wants to have a close shot tomorrow without having to catch a giant one,
do I love this sport.
He's got to have one more of those than Gary catches.
And Ronnie, just like Gary Klaus, Derrick Hudnall has pressed this area. It's the only area that we've seen him, you know, the last 2 days. It's not a, you know, it's not a 3-mile stretch. It's about a 500 to 1,000-yard stretch, and definitely reloading. Yesterday, he missed a couple key bites in there.
I didn't know how big. She's pushing 6. Let's call her. Let's call her 5. We'll call her 5, okay?
Derrick Hudnall, you mentioned the
Just
ones
north
that came off for him yesterday. See, he circled back and got one of them, too. So he's got some skills out there.
And really looking at that bank grass right there over his left and right hand shoulder, those fish are spawning right outside of that grass. And Hudnall made the comment, number one, it's very stable water. It's cleaner water. Whenever you're in the state of Florida, you want that clean water. These fish want to be somewhere where it's just not you don't want it to look like coffee. Derrick Hudnall said a lot of these fish, he saw them pushing and moving water in practice. Taking a look at earlier with Greg Hackney, just north of Derrick Hudnall, 2 keepers in his live well. This was earlier today.
That's fun.
And the other thing right now, Ron, it seems like Hackney's relocating where he found them originally in practice. It's the first time Hackney's gone back to Lake George since practice and made the comment they're on the shallower trees. It took him about an hour to relocate these bass. Back with Greg Hackney live.
And he's really the only one in actual George. Everyone else is on the edge of the mouth up north or down south.
And I hopped it and I was like, he got it. And bedding fish. He just needed me to milk it around in there a little bit.
Oh, it is starting to happen. You heard Greg Hackney say that's a bedding fish. That fish right there spawning a male. Guaranteed one of these flips back in there. Hackney will connect with a female.
This monster, just a little while ago from Derrick Hudnall, is a game changer. Boy, we got so many game-changing fish that we are yet to see on this special third day of competition. First stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
The magnificent St. John's River. We're going to another river system next for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Tennessee River, just as legendary for bass fishing. We'll be there where it pretty much starts up, where it heads up, Knoxville, Tennessee, fishing Fort Loudon and Tellico, just like we did at the Classic back in 2019. Should be a blast. That's February 25th, 26th, 27th, and 28th.
Exactly, and that's going to be a lot different looking river system, Tommy Sanders. But this one right here on the St. John's River, well, these anglers are fixing to get cracked with the cell coming in. This is the first cell really that's come in throughout this entire event. Taking a look right now at Derrick Hudnall, Greg Hackney, it is just hitting where they're at. And as Mike Sukon said, Gary Klaus, who's a lot further south, not getting hit quite as hard as these two anglers right here. And this will change the way these anglers approach the rest of this day. But Tommy Sanders, we have not done
it's the
today.
luck of the draw, whether you're going to get smashed or not during the course of this day.
Yeah.
Watching Derrick Hudnall.
Tommy
We saw him
Sanders
just a bit ago.
Yeah, it is. And I know what that music means. Yes, earlier today, really, that was in the first 30 minutes with Derrick Hudnall. Said he left a lot of meat on the bone on day 2. Fishing just outside of Lake George. Very, very, very light line playing this St. John's River bass. Gets it near the side of the boat. I'm talking about a dead gum St. John's River stud. Hey, Derrick Hudnall. You are the power pole replay of the day. And I'm going to say it right now, Tommy Sanders. I don't think that one holds.
That's what I'm talking about right there, baby. That's
solid
day
6-pound bass for Derrick Hudnall. Put them back in contention against your day 2 leader, Gary Klaus. Hey, Derrick Hudnall, yeah, you are the power pole replay of the day. Pop, flare, and sizzle.
Oh, exactly. Good job there, see? That is an
Thank you.
impressive fish,
Thank
and
you.
you say it may not hold. We're going to see bigger today, and I like that prediction. Nothing against Derrick, but I love that.
Going to get out live right now with Derrick Hudnall, fishing just around the corner from Matt Herron. They've kind of both had their own little stretch throughout this tournament. Saw them get within a couple of 100 yards of each other yesterday.
And they're fishing totally different baits. Herron throwing topwater yesterday.
Yes.
Hudnall specifically finesse right now.
Good morning, Bass Nation. It's a beautiful day. Couldn't ask for a better start. I had a big fish yesterday. Gave me, you probably saw, everybody that's watching, give me 4 opportunities. So me and my cameraman snuck up on her. First cast, 6-pounder. Snuck up on her, and first cast she ate. It's a good start. Got a big one in the box. I've already had a few do the same thing, take the end of my worm, or they're just not they don't grab it real easy. But the good thing about it is there's, you know, where I caught that big one this morning, I pulled down after I caught her and looked up, and there's 2 more up there with her. And just in that little area, by that time they were spooked. By that time they were spooked, really hard to catch, but we're gonna sneak up on them a little later. Hopefully we can catch them. But this little cypress tree right here that y'all were looking at, if you can see it, there was a great big one on it yesterday. I only got her to eat once. I think it's a great big one. Got her just to nibble one time. And I only got one little small glimpse of her. I can't tell where her bed is, but so we're gonna try to sneak up on her, see if we can't catch this one.
You hear Hudnall talking right there. A lot of these fish, he got to see them yesterday. Whether he would, you know, we saw him miss a few fish, but he made the comment on that big one that he caught earlier. He absolutely knew that fish was there from spotting it late in the day on day number 2. See the wind coming into Lake George now.
Yeah. Man, I would want to think that was a big one. I don't know. I don't know how I missed him. God, I was fixing to get all of it. You know, I mean, he got it when it went in and just, I mean, it was heavy. Dang it. I mean, I barely felt him, you know, I don't know. Dang. I was feeling big, and you know what I mean? Like, and I was like, And I don't get no hurry. I try to let them have it, because when they're bedding like that, they're weird anyway. And I was like, man, that one got it when it went in. And I picked up, and it was just pulling head. I was like, oh, yeah.
Boy, 2 totally different approaches on the St. John's. Heavy line, cypress trees for Hackney.
That's the only one I've missed that kind of bothers me, you know what I mean? Like, had potential. But I mean, I jerked. It ain't like I didn't set the hook. He got it again, I think. Oh, yeah. He's definitely on the bed, whatever it is. I crawled it up on the side of that tree, then I felt it. I was like, maybe. I was like, well, he ain't gonna bite. And then when I got it up there on the side, I just eased it up on the side of the tree, just, I was like, ooh, nice. I know that time I never touched him. He must have just had the legs. He just barely got it now.
That's awesome.
Just had to let him eat it. He came back. No problem. Bowman! 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 Get a picture! What are you doing? Uh-oh. The worst ball to be on. The black one. He was the smallest one, so he got the black ball.
He's got a bit of a talent for
That
knowing
is-
what's going on at the end of his line, doesn't he?
That is a lesson right there. He is not visibly looking at these fish right here. Ronnie, that is bass fishing 101. Knowing that fish was spawning, letting him have it. He missed that fish 3 times. That is one of the best. And I'm going to be real clear about this. He said he has about 100,000 cypress trees to fish. One of these cracks, he is going to connect with a female, and it will break loose.
And the thing about it is,
Gosh,
people,
and it's funny. Yesterday, most of the time, I didn't catch the male. I would leave the male. He wouldn't be. I could tell by the way he was waking, he wasn't that big. So once I caught the, what a female, I was like, well, that's the fish there. I would just move on. So I left those fish thinking. There's his girlfriend. Boy, she is. Boy, she's a pretty thing. Bowman. It's a fine specimen of a Florida bass right there. And because I'm so crazy about the way she looks, I'm gonna give her her own little jacuzzi over here to lay in for a while. I think that's number 5. Do I need to mask up? Are you feeling safe? You feel unsafe now, I'll cover up. If I get too excited, you might have to cover up.
that's a 4.5 pounder. That is the lead for Greg Hackney and a limit fish.
That's the reason I had to keep throwing back where I catch one, because that's what I'm expecting.
That is what the Bassmaster Elite Series is right there, Tommy Sanders, Ron Moore. That was a display of how to catch spawning bass that you are not looking at. Catches the male, backs it up with this giant female. Greg Hackney is going to be a big headache the rest of this event.
Hackney moving up into second place right there with that flurry that we just saw like there, topped off by the girlfriend, as he named her right there. Some good stuff going on out there. What's going on elsewhere on the St. Johns River? We'll find out when we come back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
We continue live from here on the St. Johns River in Florida. This AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. First stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, day number 350. Anglers out there, and Mike Huff, third-year man from Kentucky, on top right now just by ounces ahead of a streaking Greg Hackney. Gary Klaus, who started the day with the lead, is now in third place. But let's take a look at how Greg Hackney, who started the day in third place, had dropped down as far as 6th or 7th. Got himself right back into it quickly.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And earlier today, it took Greg Hackney about, call it an hour and 30 minutes for Greg Hackney to relocate these fish on the cypress trees of Lake George. And here's the real scary thing right now with Greg Hackney. There is nobody else doing this on the entire Lake George. He has free reign of that entire body of water. And what's interesting is you heard him make the comment, they went shallower. They went shallower than they were when he found them in practice. And if this keeps up, Greg Hackney is going to catch a massive stringer today.
5 keepers.
Catches that male. Catches that male right before our intermission and backs it up with a giant St. John's female.
There's his girlfriend. Boy, she's a pretty thing.
Talked about that leader to start the day, Gary Klaus. Good lead, 6 pounds in that vicinity, but you know, a lot of things happened while he was making his run right there. Finally arrived at this spot, which he has to himself as well. And this was moments ago.
Tommy, that's about the smallest fish that we have seen him catch throughout this tournament. It is a keeper, and Klaus can make up a lot of ground fast. I mean, he's only sitting on one bass.
A little
so
bitty one.
He's got a lot of room to grow.
It's all right.
Trying to catch a 5 bass limit.
Get close to his average size for the first 2 days in there. Yeah, he can,
They're all
put
big
himself
right
back
now.
Oh,
on top fast.
Klaus with keeper number 1. Gonna head up back to Derrick Hudnall, one giant in his live well.
There is still some in here spawning, so you know, we've had a couple of more bites, 3 or 4 more bites that they just not, again, they were doing like they're doing yesterday. They're just defending is all they're doing. Got one right here. There he is. Ain't big. You take it. Ain't big. Got my Gatsu G finesse stinger hook right there. That thing's nasty.
Not quite the rate of bites that he was getting yesterday in day number 1, but boy, he started out with some quality.
You know, and Tommy, that's Florida 101 is to catch a 5 bass limit, but anchor it with one giant. But you kind of, you have that feeling though, that this is going to be one of those days on the St. John's. You'd better have a few of those compared to what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, we never got to see a bass like that except for Gary Klaus. We thought it would happen all day
right
long.
There, baby. That's the way to start day 3. Give me some.
Feels like it's a way different situation here on day number 3.
Yeah, things are popping all over the St. John's River among these 50 anglers.
Oh boy,
including the weather.
Duck. Got 2 in the box.
Well,
got an old big one and a little one. Got a couple other opportunities, but cannot see them today.
and for a lot of the guys that are sight fishing in this tournament, we were with a bunch of them yesterday, that is not the weather you want or need for that.
All good. Got a long time to catch a couple more of those great days.
You're getting a lot of rain cliff prints, getting a little for himself here as well. He's been in every situation you could possibly be in on this fishery.
Yes. And one of the things he was hoping for, that he can get that bladed jig going, and a lot of these man-made canals. And really the weather the first 2 days, Tommy, was not conducive for that. Dead, slick, calm, high skies. This is kind of what Cliff Prince was hoping for.
Kind of doing a welfare check on all these guys out here as the weather moves in. Mark Menendez getting a taste of it as well. All these guys are prepared for this. They fished through it hundreds of times.
And I guarantee you there's some anglers that are not on the water today that did not make the cut, Tommy Sanders, that are seeing how Menendez is fishing on Crescent and how Hackney is fishing on Lake George going, how did I miss that?
Crescent Lake to Lake George, back to Greg Hackney.
I need to take a glasses off. I can't see.
Got a couple of nice movers. Brandon Lester culled to 16 pounds, 4 ounces, biggest bag of the day. He's jumped up to 4th place. He started the day 21st. Wow. Clint Davis. He's got 4 fish for 14 and a half.
It just kept getting darker and darker, even though they... I think that was cool. I don't know. In the tongue.
And it's rare. If you don't follow the Bassmaster, it is so rare in the state of Florida.
Going back, you know, because I don't think
for a guy to really be left alone doing something that nobody else in the top 50 is doing. We never see that, Tommy.
No, this place is known by us to be a place where they're all ganged up together, despite the vastness of the place. Much like Kentucky Lake, you'll have 300,000 acres and everybody's on 2 acres.
Yes. And it was something when Hackney told me that, he said, man, I'm catching them on Lake George. I said, did you see anybody else fishing on Lake George? He said, that would be 0.
And that's way different from years past when we'd find 20 guys in one picture, one photo.
Chubbling right there.
Oh my.
Kind of chub. Nice.
New leader.
Yeah. Welcome back, boy.
Oh, black ball. Good. Nice.
We said coming into this tournament, Greg Hackney has performed so well on the St. Johns River. And really, he said he had to relearn the St. Johns coming back. Hadn't been here for a few years with 0 vegetation. Well, Greg Hackney, trust me, one of the best in the world at fishing cypress trees. And another guy, Tommy Sanders, Davey Height, our guy on the water, not too bad at doing the same thing in the past.
No, very, very dangerous in the same sort of situation as well. Traditionally, the 2-time Angler of the Year and the Classic champ, Davey Hyde. I know you've been watching this and keeping up with things are starting to pop right there. And this business with Greg Hackney is surprising absolutely nobody, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Tommy. It's certainly no surprise to see Greg Hackney capitalizing on the shallow water bite. There's 2 different things going on. Most of these guys are fishing for spawning bass, but a lot of them need to see them, visually see those fish and fish for them a lot with soft plastics. Greg Hackney and Gary Klaus, they don't need to see those fish. In fact, these conditions favor them, especially Gary Klaus if the water will come up just a little bit. That north wind should help him a little. The only thing concerns me with Gary, he's fished that one area real hard for 2 days. Greg Hackney being on Lake George by himself, shallow cover, these conditions are perfect for him.
Davey, with the cloud cover where Gary Klaus is fishing, Do you think that'll affect? These fish were really tight on those little patches of bulrushes and reeds on days 1 and 2. Will these clouds scatter out where Gary Klaus is fishing?
Well, good question, Z. I think it will a little bit, but if those fish were just using that cover for protection to ambush, it would be one thing. They would roam more to feed, but they're in a spawning situation where they're using that cover to set a bed up close to the male and the female. If they were just set up there to feed, they would roam more. But I think those fish will stay there. Once again, Gary Klaus's issue is he's put a lot of pressure on that one little area.
Davey, thank you so much. We can't wait, like you, we can't wait to see how it pans out for Gary Klaus. He's going to have to start getting some good feedback before too long, or he's going to have some second thoughts about this. Greg Hackney obviously having no second thoughts about what's going on with him out there today.
And just think about it like this. He gets to really expand on these cypress trees and get dialed in for tomorrow, Tommy Sanders.
That's some bitter news for the rest of the anglers in this field out here today. Greg Hackney on fire on day 3.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Our live coverage continues here from the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River. Got that same coverage for you tomorrow, starting same time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on FS1. Love having you with us on this Saturday morning. The weather's not great in a lot of parts of the country. It's not that great here, but boy, it's good for fishing, apparently, at least with the guys we're watching, including our leader, Greg Hackney. He's won north, south, east, and west. He's particularly deadly down south.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Figuring something out on Lake George that nobody else figured out. Greg Hackney fishing a lot of hard cover cypress trees. And he made the comment, look, they are spawning. I'm not able to see them. I have to visualize those fish sitting on a bed, catching a lot of males to start, and then backing it up with female. And really, he is a surgeon at this. I've been lucky enough to fish this exact way with him. And the real scary thing is coming in to day 3, he said, I'm going to let my primary area set. I'm not going to go to it here on day number 3. I'm going to save it for day 4. It's going to be a major, major headache the rest of this tournament. The last thing Gary Klaus wanted, Tommy Sanders, was Greg Hackney to figure out Lake George.
Yeah, I think that genie's out of the bottle right now. We're just going to keep watching. Now, did you expect him to be such a numbers guy today?
He did. When I talked to him yesterday after the weigh-in, I said, what's the plan? He said, well, I'm going to go down to Lake George. And I said, have you leaned on him a little bit throughout this tournament? He said, no, I haven't even been there yet. And he goes, oh, I'm going to get a lot of bites. Don't worry about that. You're going to have a little bit of coverage with me here on day 3. Exactly what has transpired. And looking at what he's done on Lake George throughout the years, if you rewind to the first time that we covered a tournament here, 99% of the field would fish on Lake George when it had all of that vegetation. Well, these bass only have one place to go, and it's exactly what Hackney's concentrating on, hard cover.
Gary Klaus still with the one fish in the boat, small one. A look now at cliff prints. Canal environment always plays. Every time we come to the St. John's, it's more stable water.
What I would love to know is there are a million cypress trees on Lake George, right? I mean, it's lined with that cover right there. And as we started live this morning, it took Hackney a little while to find him, but when he got one bite, he went in a flurry, in a hurry. Why those trees compared to the, you know what I mean? Why those trees compared to the rest of the lake? Again, Gary Klaus sitting on one small keeper fish.
So these fish are on those high spots. That's the deal. They have that little row of trees. It's shallow in the middle, falls off around the edge of them. And they did seem to be on the deeper trees, you know, when I found them, but they were, you know, it was before it warmed up so much, and now when I caught that first one up there in like 10 inches or, you know, or had a bite up real shallow, and then that's what it was. I missed one, and then I was like, well, now they started spawning. I mean, that's what they're doing. And I didn't think they didn't act to me like they were spawning when I found them. I could still catch them pretty good on a moving bait, which I'm planning on doing that, but once I got bit flipping, you know, I'm like, I'm going to run some of these not as good areas, stretches down through here. You know, I'm going to go back to doing some moving bait because we got such a great day for it, but I'm like, I'm getting bit, so I'm not, see how many I can catch like this before I change. I like to jerk, you know. I think that's the reason I like to flip so much. It's not, I just like to set the hook. To me, that's the funnest part of bass fishing, is just the swing of the hammer, you know. And for me, you know how like a topwater bait is cool to see them blow up on? I like this better because then that way I don't know. On a topwater bait, you typically know, is it a big one, a little one, or whatever this. They can all be big. You don't know. Anticipation.
Striking rage bug color June bug.
I'm curious to see, are they just concentrated right there, or will I be able to get bit, you know, down this whole stretch? I don't know.
Oh, and he said one of the most critical things when those fish are spawning is to not use a heavy weight, not a half ounce, a 3/4. He does not want that bait blasting. You know, rate of fall for Greg Hackney is huge when these fish are spawning. That bait kind of glides when it falls, Tommy. But the other thing that Hackney was talking about in practice, he said they were on the deeper trees. They were setting up to spawn. And he's relocated them today where they've gone.
You know, when I reel it in or whatever, come through those trees, and I've not had one to bite like that yet, so it acts like it has to fall on, you know, to bite. They're not chasing anything. I really thought when it was real slick that's when and it's dark like that, I catch them a lot of times. You don't want it on the bottom. You wind it and make them get it. So far today, they've not. I've been fishing it, or they catch it on the initial, you know, some of them get it on the initial fall, or when I'm crawling it over that stuff, it's on the outside of those trees.
Mark Menendez in just an identical looking spot over on Lake Crescent. The only two guys we've seen in 3 days of coverage, though, to be in this kind of situation, pure cypress trees.
Right, and really doing the exact same thing, just doing it in two different lakes. And Menendez said his biggest problem, he's not catching any of those traditional giant St. John's River bass, but just nice, solid quality. Little bit slower today. But Hackney already has two big ones in the live well, and he's got a lot of time to work. We're your day 2 leader, Gary Klaus. Couple more hours, and he already has to think about coming back to the weigh-in.
Again, Gary Klaus, the angler who started the day with an almost 6-pound lead, basically lost it while he was making the longest run of anyone in the tournament just to get to his fishing spot this morning. He gets to start late, he gets to leave early. That's not a fantastic combo. Boy, Gary Klaus has got work to do. And like you mentioned, Mark Zona, he is going to be leaving way before anyone else. So we'll keep our eye on Gary.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
We're at the first stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, but head and shoulders above any other tournament in the world is the World Championship. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic will go down in Fort Worth, Texas for the first time ever. Great bass fishing country and a great lake to fish it on. Lake Ray Roberts there, not too far from Fort Worth. Brand new Dickies Arena will be on display. Should be a premier, top-notch experience for everyone who can make their way there or go there with us. We'll be taking you inside and on the water to see who will replace this man, or maybe he'll win it again. Maybe Hank Cherry will do it again and go back-to-back classics. Well, you never know what's coming up, but you know that is going to be the ultimate experience in the sport of bass fishing as we get you back out live onto the water with Hackney, Prince, Menendez, and Hudnall.
Well, there'll be a few big ones caught in that Bassmaster Classic, Tommy.
I think so. That's going to be fun.
We just had a couple big ones come across the board here. Seth Filer, the 6'2", KJ Queen, rookie with a 6'2", Clint Davis had a 6.
Also spending some time today with one of our rookies of note. Certainly is this angler from North Carolina, Brian New, big star on the BassPro.com Opens in 2020. That's how he gained his entrance here, including a big win down here in Florida. He's had his limit for a good while now. Just missed that one. Worked his way today, all the way up to third place.
Really? That's not what we want.
From Belmont, North Carolina. It's Brian New. One of 13 newcomers we have. Not all of them are actually what you call a qualified rookie in the race for Rookie of the Year because of previous winnings, but Brian certainly is. He would love to win Rookie of the Years, but as Mark Zona informed us, he professed to Mark, he's planning on winning the Classic and Angler of the Year. So why not just jump right to the top? Very talented angler.
Competing for the victory in your first event is pretty impressive. He was our Falcon Rods Opens champion, so he had to do it on all the lakes.
Meaning he had between two divisions in the Opens, he had the best overall record. Yeah, he's an impressive guy.
8 different fisheries, so he's had to go through the gauntlet.
He's won it for a good long time.
That's what I'm talking about, son. That's why you come fishing. Woo!
His best is a 410. His smallest is a 2-pound. 2-0.
And you see him, unlike Derrick Hudnall, fishing right into that vegetation line, and then little turn-ins from that. He's out in front. He's out looking at those pads and whatever other cover he may find out there. But boy, that is a good one too. That's gonna help the cause for the rookie, Brian New. Let's take it to Brian New, past Mike Huff, who's currently in second place, to our local favorite. Certainly one of the fantasy fishing favorites coming into this in his bucket, his particular division. Cliff Prince, 51 years old. Longtime veteran in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
When Cliff Prince he has definitely kept that bladed jig bite honest in these canals, and we really thought with this weather coming in, Tommy, that he could catch a big bag doing this.
I've caught off that
But rewinding to what Brian New said after the weigh-in, we got to talk to him a little bit yesterday.
We got to get 5.
I've never heard a rookie come in and say, no, I'm here to win Angler of the Year and the Classic, and that should wrap up that whole Rookie of the Year situation.
But yeah, that's resolved immediately. He knows, as we know, there's always room at the top, I guess.
Slow. At least they're biting a little bit.
Almost had the 2 for last year.
And Tommy, we spent time with Brian New. He was our camera boat driver the last time we had the Classic at Lake Hartwell.
Yeah, we were like a couple of bums hanging out at the ramp and looking for a ride, someone to take us around, and Brian just kind of shows up magically and did a great job. Is an entertaining personality for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, look, man, I give them credit. A lot of times when rookies come to the Elite Series, you know, their goal is to win Rookie of the Year. When he threw that out yesterday, I was like, I mean, come on, man. Yeah. But another thing about Brian New, his running buddy, his partner, get ready. Oh. He has been really trained by Brian Thrift, one of the best fishermen in the world. Mm-hmm. And he's catching a lot of fish off of his electronics in this tournament. And I said, did Thrift teach you that stuff? He said, absolutely not. I taught Brian Thrift all of that.
Okay. How about another Brian Z? Brian Schmidt just landed a 7-pounder. He's come from 11th place to take the lead with 19 pounds on the day, 50 pounds total. Boy.
Tommy, it is a different body of water today than it was. And really, everybody thought with the conditions yesterday that it was potentially going to be the best day of the event. It's going to turn out to be the slowest.
Schmidt has a 6-pounder, a 7-pounder, and 3 2-pounders. So he's got plenty of headroom. You're contemplating if we will get a 30-pound bag. You never know the way he's going.
Well, Z says we're going to get one. This looks like it might be the day, huh?
I think today's the day. Man, slow day, though, for Gary Klaus. And you look up in your upper right-hand corner, that guy is fishing against the clock. He's probably got, I'd say, a little bit more than 2 hours, max, before he has to start heading back to the weigh-in. And he said he would stay here. He has nothing else to go to. Oh, it's good having Hackney back, isn't it, Tommy? It really is.
It is. As Greg Hackney told us early on in the show today, hey, I just spent some time bumming around, hitchhiking around America for the past year. In all seriousness, Greg Hackney is very, very happy to be back here with this group, to be with us here today on FS1. Man, he's a happy guy.
Yeah, you know, just airing on Fox Sports Live is huge for Bassmaster, but it's just huge for the sport of bass fishing in general. There are a lot of people out there that don't realize what we do, and we need to expose that to them. Now, another thing, if anything positive to come out of this whole pandemic deal, it really grew during that period of time because so many people, you know, the one thing that they could do in social distance, they could fish, they could go to the lakes. And I know the lakes were full during that period of time, so perfect opportunity for us right now, you know, to be on Fox Sports. That is so, so big.
Greg Hackney having a fantastic day on the water today, as we say again, to the surprise of absolutely no one. One of the biggest names in the sport of fishing, no doubt about that. And some new names we are seeing right now, including Brian Schmidt, the man on top A giant coming in just moments ago for him. Greg Hackney now in second place. Mike Huff and Brian New. Look how tight it is. Man, we had them spread out to start this day, and now it is a horse race. A horse race that is going to be an unforgettable one, and we'll rejoin it in just a few minutes.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
'21 NASCAR season starts in just one day with the Great American Race, the Daytona 500, tomorrow, only on Fox. I know you're thinking Martin Truex Z, but right now we have to award one of our new daily accolades here, and I'm going to leave the honors to you.
You know, I have to say it, Tommy Sanders, the marathon peak performer of the day has been Greg Hackney. His performance on the water started out a little bit slow and painful, and then he went on about a 30-minute flurry on the east side of Lake George, doing what he does best. Living with a hack attack, flipping sticks, strike king rage bug, getting to work. Put a few nice quality males in the live well and backed them up with a couple of St. John's studs. Hey, Greg Hackney, you are the marathon peak performance of the morning. See, he went on such a flurry, Tommy. It makes the marathon peak performance a lot longer than I had thought. I didn't work it through.
Yeah, that's right. You got to come up with some more copy. Come on. He doesn't quit. He just keeps catching them.
Exactly, and really, it was like he said. He wants to power fish these cypress trees. He said, "Man, I want to catch them on a spinner bait or a bladed jig." But he said, if they're going to bite the way I know how to catch them flipping, all in. And the other thing is, if you look at those cypress trees, that right there is your marathon peak performance. Yeah, that was a pretty incredible hour with Greg Hackney this morning, and guaranteed we will see a little bit more of that. But looking at those cypress trees, we haven't even talked about this at all. It is a whole environment under the water. If you look at that set of trees, it's not just a base. There are cypress knees that come out from those trees, probably 6 to 8 feet, and that's why he's so methodical and slow on each one of those cypress trees.
How about a midday update?
We got that fish in the bad hand. You couldn't see it. There it is, midday update. Still getting a bite or two. Still getting a bite or two. That's all I got to report right now. This fish has just been waiting for that update. Oh.
That was the finest update that we could ever dream of right there. Set the hook right when he was getting ready to fill us in. Another good call for Greg Hackney. What do we have his smallest fish at right now?
Pound and a half are in there.
And then a 2-pounder.
And then a 2.
A new guy, Brian New, caught a 4:15 to take the lead.
White will be the one.
Greg Hackney continuing to roll there. Now hooked up live, Gary Klaus.
Oh, this is critical for Gary Klaus.
One of them big ones. Oh.
Just one in the boat so far, so he's got plenty of what we call headroom. Every fish Go straight to the bottom line. That's a huge help, as you say, Martin.
Absolutely.
I needed that one bad. I got one little fish in the live well, about barely 13 inches, and that's probably a 4 or 5 pounder. But I had 5 of first day. Hope I can catch at least a couple more today. Man, I needed that one bad. And 5. Right there's where I caught that 7 yesterday too, right behind us.
Man, slow morning for Gary Klaus. He was worried that he put too much pressure on this area days 1 and 2. But that's the reason he's in the lead. This area is definitely not big on numbers today, but still some quality fish left.
4 pound, 10 ounce. He is back in the lead.
Yeah, that's the
50
power of
pounds,
one
11
fish.
ounces.
Yeah. First look at Buddy Gross here. A big season last year, his rookie season with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Had a good tournament here, kind of fell off for him on the final day, but boy, he was strong. He came out of the gate smoking his first year.
Really caught some big fish yesterday.
Came into his own a little bit later on when our season restarted for us at Lake Eufaula, legendary Lake Eufaula in Alabama. Buddy Gross, with a long way to go on the last day, really put on a complete clinic in one of the greatest fisheries in America.
Exactly right. And Buddy Gross, one of the best offshore fishermen in the Bassmaster Elite Series, grew up fishing the Tennessee River. And did we think that he was going to pull off that victory at Lake Eufaula? I thought we kind of manufactured a little drama, and then he started catching them like, here's the best way to put it. He caught the biggest bag on the final day of the tournament.
Unbelievable. That was just jaw-dropping to watch that all go down.
Came from 10th place, and he bumped a guy getting into that final spot.
Well, that was a big one. I needed that bite bad. 10:30, and I've got 2 fish now. One's a good one. One's a little bitty guy. I'm probably 10:30, 11. I need to leave at, let's see. I need to leave at 1 to be safe. And we could push it to 1:10, but 1 o'clock is probably when, so we've got an hour and a half, a little bit less now. And that's the problem with these long runs. You just feel the pressure from the minute you put the trolling motor down, you feel the pressure and you end up fishing a little faster than you want to and pushing a little bit harder. And I've really been trying to fish slow and methodical this morning, but I almost feel like I feel like I can move around a little bit faster today. There's a wind blowing, it's raining, and the water's chopped up, so I don't feel like I'm spooking fish as bad today as I was yesterday, although I'm not getting as many bites, so I'm not sure what that means. Either I've just caught them all or caught a lot of them. Hard to say. I just need a couple more bites. Maybe one of them will be a good thing. If I don't have 5 fish today, I'd just like to have another couple of big fish. I might have to do something totally different tomorrow. I don't know if I can make it till tomorrow. Right now, that's my goal, is just try to catch enough to make tomorrow.
Hackney's last fish gave him the lead with 50 pounds, 13 ounces. New is 1 ounce back, and Klaus is 2 ounces back.
That's where I saw that big one yesterday. That we ended.
Those are all unofficial weights as well. Man, oh man, is it tightened up.
Great morning. Great morning.
That's the way to start day 3.
Big one right there for Derrick Hudnall. Strong moves from Greg Hackney earlier today. Boy, we had a vibe that this leaderboard was going to shift, and it's pretty much shifted for the last 3 hours.
A lot of guys getting to do what they want to do and getting to have some fun, and it's been fun to watch, and so much more to come.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Boy, knockout punch after knockout punch for Greg Hackney all day today. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was showing off, doing what he is so good at doing and bringing himself into the lead here. The third day of competition here on the St. Johns River. Greg Hackney, just an incredible job as we turn now, Z, to our Minn Kota, unlock the lake and sort of locate our 50 anglers for you.
Exactly right, Tommy. Sanders, see Gary Klaus down in Spring Garden Lake. And that's the problem he has. He's further away than any other angler that we are covering in this tournament, so he's going to have to head back early from there. You kind of get into the area known as Astor and really the south end of Lake George, but this Minn Kota Unlock the Lake is taking a look at giant Lake George. Granted, there's a lot of guys in the little tributaries, the natural canals, but there's only one angler fishing on Lake George, and he has unlocked that lake, being Greg Hackney. He has free reign of the entire Lake George, said nobody ever, as you kind of head up towards Palatka. Rodman, still a big player in this tournament. The biggest problem is we don't have a lot of cell coverage in Rodman, but there was some big stringers caught out of there yesterday. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
A vast place with so many different environments, so many different looks. These guys look like they're fishing in different parts of the world at sometimes out there.
Exactly, and really one of the things that we're seeing getting back on the water right now with Gary Klaus, the lack of vegetation. Tommy, it's fair to say they are more spread out this event than any other tournament on the St. Johns.
Oh, yeah. It's different every year. And that's part of the mystique of the place.
Like if we would have done a Minn Kota Unlock the Lake 6 years ago, every single angler would have been on Lake George.
Yeah, we could have moved 40 feet and stopped. There it would.
And that is not what Gary Klaus needs right now. Every bite is going to count for him. Numbers way down for Klaus today.
So quit all that.
Again, Klaus has lived with a ultra vibe style worm, really small weight on it, a bladed jig, and that's been his 1-2 punch throughout this whole tournament.
Gary Klaus, if you're not familiar with him, one of the leaders of the fishing industry in the world, makes some very nice boats that'll go fast. Unfortunately, he's not able to run it fast for his entire trip. He's got a lot of areas due to regulations on the river that he has to idle through, which makes it a long journey, and he's into his probably last hour and 15 minutes of fishing here.
Right, and as you said earlier, Tommy, it's not a long run. I mean, it's 60 miles. If he was able to run wide open, that's only an hour trip. You nailed it early. It's all those no wakes that he has to go through that eat up so much time. Watch how methodical Hackney is on each of these cypress trees. Kind of looks like the front is blown through a little bit for now.
Be some thunderstorms prowling the area throughout the entire fishing day today, which takes our anglers up to 3 p.m. local time, Eastern time.
Could have been a bluegill or something, but pecked pretty hard, you know. And it was just one single.
See, with that storm passing, it's got a lot calmer. on Lake George. Really, since last week when all of our anglers started practicing, these fish have gone from pre-spawn to spawn in 6 days. This water temp was 56 degrees last Sunday on day one of practice, all the way to the final day of practice on Tuesday. It spiked to 65 to 70 degrees. And I think that really threw a curveball at a lot of the field too, having that, you know, they did not have a practice day on Wednesday. They were off the water. And there was some massive changes. There were so many big ones up shallow on Tuesday. Anglers showed up to them the first day of competition, and a lot of them were already, they had spawned and gone.
We had a conversation with Drew Cook yesterday, and he said, boy, we missed a big window. Just luck of the draw right there.
There was talk of 5-fish stringers that would have approached 40 pounds potentially. Getting a good look at what Gary Klaus is concentrating on left side of your screen, those little isolated patches of bull rushes, and really the lake that he's in, Spring Garden Lake, that's kind of all they have to live on.
He told us he was a little unsure as to whether they were, oh, here we go, Hackney.
But you see, whenever he catches one of those males, right back in the exact same spot of that cypress tree. We got to see him earlier catch a male and back it up with a big female very next cast. Gosh, so slow.
Maybe the rain's over for a while. Got it good and wet though.
We have an expanded field this year by about 15%, 13 new anglers out there, adding to such a great, great crew of the very top anglers on the face of the earth. It has been a joy to watch them.
The St. John's River is giant.
It's a beast, dude. It's absolutely huge. It's over 320-something miles long. When you have the longest river in Florida, those fish can be anywhere.
And it's one of only 2 rivers in the country that flow from south to north. Most of the rivers we fish across the country run north to south into the Gulf in most cases.
It's February, it's Florida, it's good stable weather. They're gonna jack them up.
You know, we're here pre-spawn with a chance of maybe some of the spawn happening. And I'll be honest with you, I expect to see some really big bass caught this week.
Some big-time guys operating in a big-time place, one of the legendary destinations for bass fishing, the St. John's River. In such tight competition today, look at the ounces just separating these guys. Although the rookie Brian New separating a little bit. We'll check on that later.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota.
It has been big fun indeed, bringing you this 3 hours of coverage on FS1 today. Welcoming all of you, and I think giving you lots of stuff to talk about for sure. And we're going to do the same thing tomorrow. Live coverage on FS1 begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. That'll be Championship Sunday for you right here at the same time. We have seen, as we say, some good stuff this morning. I mean the real goods. Best day so far of fishing, Mark Zona, in this tournament by a long shot.
Absolutely right, Tommy Sanders. Starting out with Derrick Hudnall. But the one thing you're starting to see on the St. John's River, I think it's very fair to say, Derrick Hudnall starting off very fast this morning with a giant St. John's River bass. But here's the thing, Derrick Hudnall and your day 2 leader, Gary Klaus, man, they have put a lot of pressure on these areas, and their numbers are very, very low today, to where you have to ask yourself, do these guys even go back to these areas tomorrow on Championship Sunday?
Dandy way to start the day for Derrick Hudnall. He has been strong throughout this entire tournament, catching big numbers, although today maybe his fewest numbers of all.
Exactly, and one of the main things that we're seeing, a big shift in the weather. Really don't know, lack of sunlight, if that's going to bring a lot more fish shallow here on the St. John's, around that vegetation that you see off to the right-hand side of your screen. From there, going to head down in the Spring Garden Lake right here with Gary Clausen. One big one in his live well, but just like Derrick Hudnall, not getting a lot of bites.
Gary Klaus having his best Bassmaster Elite Series event by far, and holding down that lead for 2 days in a row. Not an easy thing to do on the St. John's.
Exactly, Tommy Sanders, and this is a big one right here for Klaus. But here's the really frightening thing with Gary Klaus. He only had 1 hour to fish here on day 1 and caught 5 5-pound bass this size. Not seeing that here on day number 3.
Oh, them big ones. Oh, I needed that bad.
Who's been the big show today on our show? I don't think there's any question about that, Z.
Greg Hackney, free reign of Lake George, my friend. Made the comment coming in to day number 3. He said, yeah, you know what? I haven't fished down in Lake George yet since practice. We're going to slide on down there. Got a couple bites off some cypress trees. I said, Greg, how many cypress trees do you have? He said, about 100,000. Well, he found about 10 of those this morning and absolutely loaded the boat in 1 hour's time.
Took him a little while to patiently figure out what was going on there, but you could hear he kept us posted on what was clicking in his mind. It was fascinating to listen to.
Right, really what he said was they were on a lot deeper trees in practice. Greg Hackney making his first visit to Lake George here on day number 3 of competition. Took him about an hour and a half to find him on the shallower trees. Said they went from pre-spawn in practice to spawning here today with a couple of big bites.
You just got to fear a guy who's getting to do exactly what he's one of the best in the world at doing, and getting to do it all by himself.
Exactly, and really the scary thing right now with Greg Hackney, and you know this, Tommy, the biggest fish that we have seen throughout this tournament, it's the later day bite. You get past about noon, that's when the biggest bass have shown up.
Gary Klaus now back with him live, Hackney live. Gary entering his final hour of fishing here, whereas Greg Hackney's got way more time than that.
And that's the hardest thing. We've seen it at events like Winyah Bay in South Carolina. You might be on better quality fish, but the time is against you. And sometimes having more time in a place like Florida, you're just going to be around fish for longer. And that's what the key is, being around them for longer. You could be around better ones for shorter and just still come up short.
Well, and this is going to be one of those tournaments. A lot of times when you come to the St. John's, it's really down to 2 or 3 guys. It is going to be wide open on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, only 10 anglers will make it to tomorrow, and as we've seen more frequently over the last year and a half, any one of the 10 can pull off something amazing, a miraculous win.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Great fishing.
Best fishing we've had all week. Of course, all these guys took a little shot to the chin on the first day from Mother Nature with a 3-hour delay. 3 more hours of coverage coming for you online. Bassmaster.com starting at noon Eastern time. The weigh-in as well. Also on the Fox Sports app. You can catch it all there. Today, bringing you more. Thanks so much for being with us today. A fun day. Boy, big time visit to one of the big time fishing places in the world. We will see you tomorrow.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Here we go, getting ready for the afternoon session here on Bassmaster Live. 3rd day competition at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. John's River. Man, we have had a lot of overturns on our leaderboard through the course of today. The rookie, Brian New, now has the lead over Greg Hackney. We got to see a whole lot of Greg Hackney in the first half of our broadcast today. Man, catching them at will. Once he got things dialed in there over in the cypress trees on Lake George. So many changes we have seen coming up and down. Derrick Hudnall is a guy we've had our eye on. Mark Zona all the way through this one.
Big one from Derrick Hudnall earlier today. Derrick Hudnall, the only thing that's kind of worrisome right now, he started the day with a big one that he actually laid his eyes on yesterday afternoon. Derrick Hudnall put on a display of numbers for us yesterday. That has not been the case today. Still trying to fill out his 5 bass limit. But, well, he has a kicker in the live well.
Perfect start to the day for the young angler from Denham Springs, Louisiana, down there in the Baton Rouge area. You're right, he got to start on the right track, but has not been catching the numbers that he did on the first 2 days. Has a lot of confidence in his area, though.
Exactly right, and kind of like the Santee Cooper event, he's pretty efficient up shallow with the spinning rod. Very light, Tommy. Little keeper right there for Derrick Hudnall. And the other story of the day, Gary Klaus kind of was starting to lap the field days 1 and 2, but the only thing that we got to see yesterday, he was not getting a lot of bites. Caught 2 big ones yesterday, catches a keeper earlier today, then this kicker fish. But like Hudnall, just not a lot of bites here on day number 3.
Gary Klaus running out of time, has that long run to make. That's certainly part of the calculus that you have to consider when you talk about his performances and his chances through 4 days of fishing here, taking the biggest risk of anyone out there as far as travel time.
And really, Tommy, he's fishing in Spring Garden Lake all alone, and we really don't have a lot of history in Spring Garden if the fish reload, if there's a big population. What it's showing is maybe Gary Klaus is running out, going to get back up to Lake George and show you what Greg Hackney did early and off. Well, actually not early. Let me start that over, Tommy Sanders. It took him about an hour and a half to really get dialed in. He said in practice he found a lot of these fish on the cypress trees in Lake George, on the deeper cypress tree. But as we saw, it took about 90 minutes. Greg Hackney going up on the shallower ones, about a foot to a foot and a half of water. Said there is no doubt in his mind that those fish were spawning. Catches a male right here, and then instantly started putting bigger St. Johns River females in the live well.
Greg Hackney with 16 pounds, 12. That's almost 17 pounds. That's unofficially, according to Bass Track, has him in second place. Behind the aforementioned rookie, Brian New.
Exactly. 1/4 ounce weight, straight shank flipping hook, hack attack rod, and went to work with a Strike King Rage Bug in typical Florida 101, fishing June bug color. And the amazing thing about this, if you did not get to watch this morning's broadcast, there is nobody else on Lake George fishing at all.
No. And boy, he has got miles and miles, as you said, hundreds of thousands of cypress trees to choose from here. That can be daunting, but it can also be a massive opportunity. Hey, welcome. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. We're so happy to have you for the next 3 hours. We're going to take you all the way up to weigh-in time in Palatka, Florida this afternoon. Very important weigh-in, just like every day's a very important weigh-in. We'll only have 10 who will emerge ready, qualified to compete for the big championship Sunday. And you'll see that all right here as well. Have enjoyed it so far. And Mark Zona, Greg Hackney, our story. We had good pictures of him all morning long, and it was an absolute clinic on how to deal with it. You know, it can be daunting, as we say, to see miles of cypress trees and you don't know where to stop, where to go. Here's a guy who's put in the hours, who knows how to pick apart that sort of a situation.
And the other thing, Tommy, is this is the first time during the event that he has visited Lake George. He found those fish in practice, I believe, on Monday, and said he was going to. It's interesting, he has a rotation of areas. Where he caught that big stringer yesterday is a man-made canal that he said, I'm going to do everything I can to not go there today and save that possibly for tomorrow. And the other story right now in the top 10, it just seems like Gary Klaus and Derrick Hudnall, the pressure they put on the areas they fished is starting to catch up to them.
Well, absolutely. We'll be following their story all the way to its conclusion today. Maybe they've got something else up their sleeve. If they do, we're not aware of it. So we'll try to keep our ears, cock an ear toward their direction and see what happens here. Also in the studio, of course, Ronnie Moore, Mike Such, Khan. Guys, great to have you in here both at the same time. Such, what's standing out so far?
I've only got 2 giant fish today, 2 7-pounders, Palnick and Brian Schmidt. Of course, Brian Schmidt had the lead. He's got a 6 with his 7. So that's a lot of weight right there. He's jumped up from 14th. He led for a while. Now he's fallen back to 4th. His bag's 19 pounds. Same with Keith Combs, who's jumped from 27th into our top 10. He's be a scary guy on Championship Sunday.
All right, Ronnie Moore, what do you got for us?
I got a secretive BFA from Hank Cherry.
What?
Only has 3 on Bass Track, but Steve Bowman just got with him and said, I've got all of 20 pounds. It would be the biggest bag of the day, and he would be in our top 5 unofficially. So a guy we had on day 1, the classic champ, coming back on day 3 and putting together a great event.
How big's a big fish?
I don't know, but recovering from 3 fish on day 1, that's the key. He only caught 3 in the shortened day, and now he's in the top 5 unofficially. He'll be handicapped, only having 17 maximum fish, but big bag today.
All right, we're going to run down as many stories as we can. That includes some bonus coverage. We're going to fold a lot of that in for you this afternoon if we can manage it. I think we can manage right now to talk to Patrick Walters. And oh, we're just going to watch Patrick Walters. Okay, then this was moments ago, some footage that just came in.
Fishing the exact way he caught him at Lake Fork. Staring at his electronics, forward facing transducer, fishing a jerkbait. Good day 2 stringer for young Patrick Walters. I think a lot of our viewers and early tournament reports thought that this was going to be a major player with that big warming trend. Little bit surprising, and again, getting on something nobody else is on.
We're getting somewhere now, baby. Right there, get you fired up.
The only person close by is him and Gerald Swindle in that part of Rodman.
One more like that.
How many other boats in Rodman, Ron?
It looked like there was maybe 10, maybe a dozen.
Okay. Well, pretty good number for only 50 boats left here.
That's a dandy right there. Ooh.
Yes, it is.
Patrick Walters, who made his Elite Series debut here on the St. Johns River.
In a big way.
Oh, in a big way.
It won't come as a shock. This will be his 3rd top 10 at the St. Johns in his many tries in many, many years.
Now live with Patrick Walters. Bonus coverage here. And Patrick, know you're working hard there. If you got a second to talk to us here, give us a lowdown on what's been going on today out there for you. Looks like things are starting to look up.
Yes, sir.
Patrick, going to try again here. I don't know if you can hear us or not, but it looks like things are starting to look up for you. What's changing as this day gets further and further along?
I'm probably settling down a little bit. You know, I had a cup of high caffeinated coffee this morning. Felt like I was pretty jacked up. Just felt like I was definitely moving a little too fast, but trying to fish slow at the same time. You know, in Florida, you got to fish fast to find them. Fish fast to find them, and then you got to slow down when you get around them. But I think I'm finally getting around some fish. We killed some time on some fish this morning. I could see them down there; they just wouldn't bite. I think these fish are really starting to bed heavy. I'm just fishing stumps and grass and just anything I come across, and they're just being finicky. You know, typical bass. I mean, that's what they do. So it's Florida. We had some weather come in, and I think after this little weather front we've had, the bites are picking up a little bit.
Well, all right, Patrick, I know things are getting busy now. We don't want to distract you from the job at hand. It was a lot of fun to see that really, really good fish you just brought in a few minutes ago. Patrick Walters out there on Lake Rodman.
Good fish right there for Patrick.
I just got word from Hank Weldon that, I didn't think about this, but Patrick Walters is the only angler, I believe, in the history of Bassmaster to have a College, Open, and Elite Series title.
Wow.
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 Open.
I would have thought there would be more than one, but I
was trying to think about that too.
College. And what's next for him then, Ronnie?
Maybe other college events, but not maybe a Bassmaster college.
Yeah.
But he
okay.
did.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Maybe that's the case.
All right.
That would be a classic win. Would be the next, or an AOY.
Yes. Sorry.
Getting some footage of Brian New, like that.
We got to see him on our Inside Bassmaster Live while we were on Fox Sports 1. He started down in 9th place. Service was sketchy for him, but we got to see two important fish. He made a cull of a 2.6 for a 4.15 at a certain point there, and he's been upgrading slowly. He's right there at the mouth of Lake George at the bottom end. So technically where the river flows into Lake George, but right there around where we've seen Keith Combs, we've seen Josh Strassner. Some of these guys have been at the mouth of that. Brian Schmidt's not far.
Now, Ronnie did say he was starting on a shelf bed early in the morning and then going up shallow.
Yes, within sight of Palatka. He's been the one that's moved river and lake.
Yep. The day's been pretty good. Actually, like extremely good. I started out up north, you know, on some shell bars, and it wasn't very easy, but it was about like yesterday. I mean, wound up catching me a limit about right at an hour, and then I started heading south to come down here. I just so happened to pull the radar up and see that it was rocking and rolling down here, and stopped and fished one place, thought about it for a second, put my rain suit on, and I decided, hey, I gotta come. And as soon as I sat the boat down, I caught, you know, what, a 4.5 pounder, and 30 minutes I'd caught cold everything that I had from the offshore fish. And it's kind of weird, like every single one that I've caught, I mean, they're 100% spawning fish, every fish I'm catching down here. Every one of them that I've caught, 99% of them, I have caught a few that I didn't keep. The first time I'd cast to that pad, he'd bite it, I'd jerk and miss him. I'd throw back in there the next cast and catch it, every single one of them, other than one or two that didn't help me. It's kind of weird that it's happening that way, but I don't care as long as I keep catching them. It was hot and heavy, they're real quick. Kind of died off, like it just caught a little one there just a second ago. Hopefully I'm fixing to catch another one, a little bit bigger. That would be nice. Oh man, it's pretty awesome. I mean, I'll be 31, whatever the 21st of this month is, so a week or two away, and I've dreamed of this since I was a little kid. I mean, you hear that over and over and over, but it's the truth, and I got one right now. I don't think he's gonna help, but he was fun. Pretty sure he's not gonna help. It's been a while since I've caught one, so no, 2-4, not gonna help, but he was fun. And that's half what it's all about.
Brian New said it's been a while since he's had one on. We got some footage for you from earlier, that time he mentioned when he was catching pretty hot and heavy to start out his day.
Well, he said that wasn't a helper. I got a guy who's got a big helper. Brandon Palnick started today 35th. He just came across Bass Track with a 9-pound, 4-ouncer. He's up to 23-13, 5th place. He's got that 7 in there I mentioned earlier. He just took over Phoenix Boats Big Bass for the day with a 9-4, and who knows what that is exactly. Could be our first 10-pounder, Z.
Again, Brian New, a rookie in the Bassmaster Elite Series here. Big-time performer last year, 2020, in the BassPro.com Bassmaster Opens.
Well-traveled angler, very skilled. Back of the boat, front of the boat, he's done it all, Tommy.
Yeah. And a lot of ambition, too. We'll keep our eyes on Brian New and all the rest when we return.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
"50 anglers have made it out to the St. Johns River for the third day of competition here, all jockeying for position in the top 10, of course, today, because that's what we cut it to on this day. Those 10 will fish tomorrow, championship Sunday for the trophy. Brian New, the rookie, on top of that leaderboard right now, and Greg Hackney, whom we've spent so much time with this morning, just really putting on a clinic. Gary Klaus was your leader. If you'll remember, if you've been following and just picking up with us today, leader after 2 days trying to go wire to wire, but boy, it's looking tough for him right now.
Yes.
Quickly running out of time, Mark Zona, in his area so far away.
Hey, but that's what we wanted to see, Tommy Sanders. The weights getting very tight, very compressed. And the great part about it, our Davey Height, well, he's out there and he is no longer being absolutely downpoured on. Davey, if you can.
So it's great to be with you guys. And
we were just with Brian New. And look, he's a rookie on the Elite Series, but after talking to him last night, that dude is dangerous. But he made the comment, in all your years, have you ever heard from a rookie, I am here to win AOY and the Classic, not even worried about Rookie of the Year?
No, Z, I have not. I mean, we've had a lot of good rookies, especially in the last few years here on the Bassmaster Elite Tournament Trail, because everybody wants to have a big bass on a big stage and pursue their big dreams. But most people come in saying, man, I'd love to qualify for the Bassmaster Classic. I would love to just make it there one time. But, hey, I love the confidence. There's nothing like confidence, because you need to have that out here fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series. So Z, I wanted to talk to you and Tommy and Ronnie and Such a little bit, being here on the water. The weather forecast is, you know, it's been right somewhat. We've had the storms that came across just like they were supposed to, but the wind was supposed to change, and it was wanting to do that a little bit this morning and come out of the north. It's moved around to the east, but still not north, and I think that's really hurting Gary Klaus. The water is so shallow where he's at, and a north wind, you know, this water level, normally a lot of the reservoirs, you get a little rain, you think, well, the water's going to rise a little bit, but it's more because of the tide and the wind. And the north wind would make that water rise, or at least not pull out like it's been doing with the southern wind lately. And I just think that Gary needs to have that change this afternoon, or if he can make the top 10 and then the wind change out of the north and get a little more water in there, it'd be more likely for those places to replenish for him.
Davey, we saw our big flurry that we were witness to today happen during the height of the downpour out there today. What's the connection there? Is there a connection? Are the anglers getting a bit of an advantage from that distraction to the fish?
Yeah, good point, Tommy. I think for Greg Hackney, you know, he went on that flurry during the rain, so he's fishing for those spawning bass, but he's not looking at them. So when you have a little wind or some rain, something where those fish can't see you and can't see your bait quite as well, those fish are easier to catch for guys that are doing what Greg Hackney is doing, Gary Klaus and some of the others. But the guys that are visibly looking at those fish, that weather hurt them because they want to see how the fish is reacting to the bait. So it really played into people like Greg Hackney. And there's some other guys like Keith Holmes. He typically is fishing for those spawning bass, but he has to visually see those fish. So it's kind of a little give and take what your style is. I think it would be good for guys that were looking at the fish to just stay in those areas and slow down and just be very patient, like we saw Greg Hackney doing this morning. Gary Klaus is doing the same thing. I think the wind direction and the water not coming up for Gary Klaus has probably hurt him more than anything. Brian New, I did not get to talk to him yesterday. I would assume that he's probably mixing up, doing a few different things, because if this wind turns around and we get a little more ripple on the water, you'll see some guys that are catching them right now, like a Greg Hackney, on soft plastics. They'll be able to use vibrating jigs, spinner baits, crankbaits, and that sort of thing, and cover a lot more water.
Davey, how rare is it? I mean, you have fished a million tournaments in your lifetime, and you fished a lot of them on this body of water. How bizarre is it what Greg Hackney's doing that nobody else in the field got on that deal in Lake George?
Yeah, I'm shocked, Z, and I know you are. I can tell by the tone of your voice. I'm really shocked. Well, when I come to a body of water, and I think most of these anglers are the same way, you're looking for the best available cover. Food and cover are what you look for when you go to a new body of water. Well, Lake George is almost void of vegetation. So much eelgrass. Just 5 years ago, just tons and tons of eelgrass. If we remember just a couple years ago, the Johnson brothers, Rick Klein, were fishing the very limited amount on the northern end of Lake George. But now there's like none. So those fish, they're not going to all just disappear. They're going to use the best available cover. And those cypress trees, that wood, those cypress knees, the root balls around those cypress trees is the best available cover. I think probably one thing that deterred a lot of the anglers, but it did not for Gary Klaus and Greg Hackney, don't be afraid to fish super shallow. If that cover is shallow, those fish are going to use the best available cover, and they'll get less than a foot deep.
Davey, we see still 1/5 of our field is still in Lake Rodman. What is the attraction to Lake Rodman? Why do you think that big a percentage of our anglers are choosing to go there, to lock in and deal with all of that?
Well, just what I mentioned. There is more cover there. You've got the standing timber and more vegetation in that area than you do anywhere else I've been up and down this river this week. I'm in the area now. I'm in Dexter. You see a lot of pads here. There's quite a few boats that have been fishing right here. It's all about the cover. Those fish, they need cover, especially to spawn around, whether it's a lily pad, a cypress knee, eelgrass, which we don't have anymore. But when I went over to Rodman on the first day of the event, because the best practices the guys that had the best practice here this week were in Rodman, so I went over there on day one. And when you get there, it's obviously a different reservoir, and it looks that way with the standing timber, a mixture of several different kinds of vegetation, and I think that's why we have so many anglers over there.
Davey, Greg Hackney is a freak, a nutbag about rate of fall when those fish are spawning. He's not looking at them, but you can hear every single time he would get around where he's like, I know there's one spawning there. He's using a 1/4 ounce weight for somebody at home that maybe doesn't fish like that. Why is that lighter weight so critical when those fish are spawning?
Yes, it is very critical. And the big deal is when those fish are spawning, they're very protective of a small area where they're actually spawning. If you have a bait that goes through that area fast, then oftentimes they'll just ignore it. But if you keep a bait in that area, those fish, they're not feeding, they're just reacting. They're trying to literally kill whatever they think it is, a bluegill, a crawfish, a shiner. But if that bait falls slow or stays right in there, you see the guys, a Matt Herring, the X-prop, double prop, top water lure, fished here in Florida, super slow. You got to stop it in those openings in that vegetation and keep it there, and those big fish can't stand that. Same way with soft plastics, same way with a spinnerbait. The slower you can move that bait and keep it in that area that those fish are protecting, the better chance you're going to have to get those fish to react. And then oftentimes I was listening in, I got to hit on this real quick. When Greg Hackney missed that male for 3 or 4 times, man, that was great to have that on live this morning, because oftentimes when you can see it, and I know Greg's seen it at Z, you have, oftentimes there'll be a male there and they'll keep biting and biting, and then when you catch it, you can catch the female, and that's exactly what happened.
Davey, thank you so much. Davey Hyde out there tracking the changes that are happening all day long and how that's affecting the nature, the dynamics of the competition right now. We haven't checked in with Matt Herring for a little while here. He's still pretty much staked out in the same place we found him all week long.
Exactly, right around the corner from Derrick Hudnall. And Matt Herring, a lot more consistent, and we've seen him bounce around a lot, from fishing topwater baits, flipping isolated little patches of pads like we're seeing right here.
Got 5 fish, just under 14 pounds. There we go.
He'll call one of them little suckers.
That heron have a iPod going? What's going on here, Ronnie? Help me. What's going on?
You know, he's got to find his groove, and sometimes it's a melody in your ears, like we saw with Bill Weidler playing that song at St. Clair, Red Letter. Maybe he's got a little Crowder going in his ear.
Got to be jamming.
You got to know when to hold up.
That is not that song.
Get over to Brian New again.
Brian New.
Trailing Greg Hackney.
Do what now?
A few ounces.
Boy, it was interesting
So,
talking to that kid last
Since
night,
I left
man.
the offshore stuff,
And Ronnie, you probably know this, covering him
all
in
I've
the
been
opens.
doing
I
is
said,
fishing
you fish
pads.
frighteningly similar to Brian Thrift.
a lot
He
of people
said,
think maybe
yeah,
when you're
it's my
fishing the
best
pads, you
friend.
might be flipping them. I'm not saying I'm not
Had
going to
no
flip,
idea.
but right there he is.
Whoa. No?
Possibly. I don't think so, but possibly.
Smallest is a 3-pounder.
I was listening to Brian New last night talk about how he uses his 360, and
Nope. 2.9.
he is as dialed in
He was fun.
using a Humminbird 360. And the other thing that he said, that's what he's doing in the morning. And I know we didn't have much cell service with him this morning. He said, yeah, I really don't want you guys putting your camera, though, on my 360. I said, what? Why? He said, I put it on certain settings that I don't want other people knowing about. I said, well, do tell. And he's like, absolutely not. I will not tell you anything.
Brian's got he's mastered the electronics. You can see some people would think it's overkill, whatever your difference of opinion is, but he's got numerous graphs back at the console and tablets for Google Earth and other things.
We've also got the same exact setup, other than the reel, and not really a big deal, but it's an 8-to-1
I said on the first day of the tournament, that's
ALF.
my guy.
There's, wish I'd catch a big one. Like, he's not going to help either, but I got to weigh him. I don't know why. That Fusion 19's a bad dude. I can't even get it out with pliers. I mean, he ain't gonna.
Brian New fished another spot to start his day. Had a good, quick start to his day, made a move, and it's getting a little slower for him, but things seem to be picking up and picking up fast for the rookie. Just ounces behind. He may not be ounces behind Greg Hackney right now. He may have drawn right up alongside of him. We've got a great competition and more on the way. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
A little less than 2.5 hours to fish, and for some anglers, much less than that. On this day number 3 action with 50 anglers on the St. John's River trying to make it into the top 10 so they can fish tomorrow, fish for the championship. Our top 5 right now is bracketed by 2 former Angler of the Year champions with the Bassmasters, a couple of heavy hitters by the name of Greg Hackney and Brandon Polinick, who managed to jump over about 30 anglers during the course of this day so far, largely on the strength of a 9-pound, 4-ounce. Wow, big bass. Z, we'll chew on that for a bit and take a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake.
Exactly right. We're going to unlock the lake right now with Humminbird. And really, I think the story is, if you take a look right there at Gary Klaus, he does not have much fishing time as we go through Woodruff and Dexter up towards Astor. We said this morning in our morning sesh. We have really not had a St. John's River Bassmaster Elite Series event that guys were so spread out throughout the entire system. But really, this Humminbird Unlock the Lake, it is that guy right there at the top of your screen Greg Hackney, free reign of Lake George. He's unlocked it, and nobody else has had the keys on Lake George. And from there, looking up into, well, Little George. You see Rodman right there as we get towards Palatka. Not that many folks up near Palatka, but the guys that are definitely catching them. Getting, as Ron Moore said, and Steve Bowman, Hank Cherry with a big bag here on semifinal Saturday.
Let's get all the way back down again as quick as we can.
Okay. 12:38. We need to be, really need to be on plane at 1. Could push it a little bit, but I don't know. Running out of rope here. I feel like I went to this old well too many times. But it's been good. I had to do it. I had to go back here and see what happened. I actually feel like I fished better today than I did yesterday, probably as far as the fishing. But I think I've just wore them out. Just don't think there's many left in here. So in a few minutes, we're gonna have to work our way out of here and go back to Palatka. Need a bite first. Both days I've had a big bite, like with 10 or 15 minutes to go. And I think to do well in tournaments, you have to get those key bites at the key times.
If you make the cut, top 10, think you'll come back here tomorrow, or what you gonna do?
Now, if I make the top 10, I'm gonna have to do something different. I don't have anything left here. I'll just probably go, I don't know, I'd probably run south somewhere and try to find some canals that maybe have been less pressured and just look for a big one or two or something like that. About all I could do, really, because or stay close and just use all the time or closer. You know, I could stay closer and try to spend more time casting than I have running, which has been the total opposite for me. Gosh, I've spent more time running than I have fishing, I think, in this tournament. Come on.
Oh. Z, he said he caught one in his final 10 minutes on day 1, which means it was right when he got there, because he only got to fish for about 30 minutes, so.
Right. Now, and hey, Gary's done this a long time. We talked about it yesterday. That guy's fished tournaments for 113 years. I mean, it's just factual. But he had to obviously come down here. He's leading the tournament. But even after day 1, he said, man, I pushed him hard. And obviously, Spring Garden Lake does not have, I'm talking about Matt Herron. Where Klaus is at, there's just not a lot of cover there, Ronnie. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how many dozens of 5-pounders are going to sit on 10,
blades of grass
rushes? Yeah, I mean,
buggy whips. Yes.
Hey, Z, off camera, Derrick Hudnall caught his important 4th fish. Jumped back into 5th place, 3.5 pounds out of the lead. And we had a Seth Fighter sighting in 10th place. Got a 6.2 to start the day and a 5.2. He's up to 20 pounds, 8 ounces.
It seems like the way the St. John's is fished this year with the fog delay and last year with only 3 days, these are the 2 St. John's events you're allowed to maybe slip up and still have a shot. Polinick with a giant, but not getting a limit on day 1. Hank Cherry's giant on day 1, helping him with only 3 fish. It's incredible.
Just saw Matt Herron catch that one right there. That's going to afford him a little bit of an upgrade. We are going to return with more for you in just a minute.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Fishing continues, live coverage continues from here on the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. Taking a look at this incredible place, different looking than just about any spot you could find in America. Some fantastic, fantastic backdrops to watch the best in the business ply their trade. Oh, this music is creeping into the conversation, Z.
Hey, Tom. Hey, Tom.
Yay.
You know what that music means? I do. It means only one thing on semifinal Saturday. Hey, Derrick Hudnall, first 10 minutes of the day. Talking about catching this St. Johns River stud with a spinning rod, no less. Missile baits, 48, Junebug color, weightless. Hey, Derrick Hudnall, you know what you are? You are the power pole replay of the day.
He likes that.
I know.
He likes that designation.
I know. He does like that. Yeah, I feel like that had some pop and flair in it. Good fish right there for Derrick Hudnall. He has lived with the spinning rod really the entire tournament, just like he did at Santee Cooper, starting the day with a 6-pounder that he called a 5. You're the power pole replay of the day. I'm going to say it again. I don't think it will last.
All right.
Still under the haterade of that power pole replay of the day, I see.
I know.
Taking you live now to Mark Menendez, another great shot from above. And now down in the boat, live.
A little bit. Just kind of waiting for them to gather up, show themselves, or do something. There's a few fish in here breaking. But we're gonna stay in the creek the rest of the time. Wind's picking up, and we're just about to the bottom of the tide, so we're at an opportune time to get a few bites for the next 2 hours. So we'll see how it goes. Little gator back there on a log. Get you a good shot of him right there. About a 4-footer. Look at him back there, Joe. See him back there? Get you. Everything's starting to warm up a little bit.
Grebe.
He's a cute fella. That's a holdable one. That's a holdable size, Tommy.
Cuddly.
Yes.
Cuddly toy.
Yeah, he is.
That one will chase your frog all the way to Lake George.
Yeah. Just needs to be caught. Silence him.
A little bit of a slower day so far for Mark Menendez, but
he's the Crescent champion. Whether he
He's got
finishes in the
to
top
agree.
10 or not, he
Absolutely.
won Crescent Lake.
Good point. Good point.
He's fallen from 5th to 19th. He's got about 10 pounds on the day. Yeah, Davey failed to mention something about Rodman. The big uns are coming from there. Palaniuk and had Logan catch them there. Mike Huff. Bernie Schultz had a couple of their Swindle.
Walters.
Cox. Wes Logan has had yesterday's 8-8.
let's dive in for a little bonus coverage right now. B&W trailer hitches on the line.
Oh, Sass!
With Seth Fighter. Seth, can we bother you for just a second? Let you fill us in on what's been going on with you out there today?
Yeah. Sit back.
Try it again. Seth, can you hear us? Gonna let you fill us in on what's been going on? He can't. Hey. Seth, you got to fill it. Can you fill us in on what's been going on? Okay.
Yeah. Having a good day. Made a little adjustment to the speed and the way I'm fishing. In practice in here, I think the fish were just staging to spawn, and I went through here quick with a chatterbait and had some good bites. And I did that the first day and did not have a bite in here. And I think with the off day and the warm weather, I think all these fish locked down and spawn, and I can't actually see any of them. It's too deep in here. So I'm just blind bed fishing right now, but I switched to a Z-Man bang sticks and just real slow pitching around.
fishing anywhere I think there might be a bed. And really just the slowing down is the biggest part. These fish have been here the whole time, and I think they, pretty much every fish in here right now spawn, and I just can't see them, and I'm just really picking everything apart really, really slow, and it's working out. We got two great big ones already, and 3 nice ones. So one more, I think I'll be fishing tomorrow.
Seth,
there he is right there.
Uh-oh.
There he is right there. Got it. Yep. There you go. Nice
Seth, do me a favor. Talk about how that fog delay affected day number 1 for you, because you have been Mr. Tough Pants since then.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. I was mentally spun out at blast off. I just had a bit of stuff I wanted to fish, and with losing half the day, it got me in a rush, and you cannot rush in Florida and catch them. And yesterday and today, I've been able to slow down and fish how you got to fish in Florida to catch them. So, yeah, I was spun out at blast off, literally. Never slowed down all day, fished too fast through all my areas and didn't catch them. But today we got a big bag already, and I ain't going anywhere until we run back to takeoff. I'm just going to drag this little worm around every inch of this place, and I think if I can get one more of them big females, I'll be fishing tomorrow.
Since you're not able to see them, Seth, you have in your mind a pretty good profile of the kind of spots, a typical spot that you want to throw in and work over, really, really work on hard?
Yeah, there's not a lot of pads where I'm fishing. So anywhere there's some lily pads, that's a good area. And then other than that, it's all seawalls in here. So, I mean, anywhere there's a little corner in the seawall or something irregular, it's worth a few casts. And like I said, I can't see them, so I don't know what's down there, but just fishing like I know one's there, you know what I mean?
Well, great job today, Seth. No doubt about that. Thanks for spending a moment to share with us some of what's going on out there with Seth Fider, 20 pounds in the boat today, according to Bass Track. So that is formidable for sure. Seth moving up into the top 10. On the strength of that, back out and like to Brian New.
Come on. I know he's sitting there. Actually, he might not be. He might not have came back yet. There he is. Uh-huh. That one might help just a little bit. I hope. He really ain't gonna help much if he does. $3-1. I'll take it.
Absolutely laughing the field when it comes to biting. Going through some fish.
Working on a 1 ounce cull right there is Brian New, but hey, every ounce counts. An ounce could win the thing for you.
The sun was popping out where he's at.
Check back in with Mark Menendez.
Tommy, I think it's fair to say that Brian New is the real deal. I watched a lot of him when Ronnie was covering those opens. I don't know how he is as a northern fisherman, but I could tell you watching him last season, very impressive.
Yeah.
I don't know what flavor he is. Yeah, nice bass. That one helped. Little 2 1/4 action on that one. He just hit it, he never moved. Just eased up a little heavier on it. There we go. Yeah, fatty. All right. I don't even remember which one's next. come out of here, so.
Bass Track shows he has 3 1.5 pounders in his live well.
I think if I can get to 4.
Three that need to go.
Meanwhile, we're approaching that time. It's 11:55 Central Time, 12:55 Eastern Time. Gary Klaus has about 5
If I
to 10
can get to
minutes before
14,
he
I think I
gets
got a
to the-
realistic chance of getting to fish tomorrow. And I got plenty of time. I've got 2 hours, so that's 3 keeper bites in less than 80 yards of riverbank that I've been fishing. So anything over 14 and I'll be in good shape, 'cause I do have about 1.25 pound, 1.5 cushion. I think it'd be a lot tougher today because the guys couldn't see them this morning. 'Cause I got far fewer bites this morning than I have the last couple days.
Good shot of the watercolor there that you just saw with Brian New. Very clear but tannic.
Don't be a grinnell. Yeah, baby, that's not a grinnell. You'll come back around here. You're coming, you just don't know what you did. There's another one of them fatties. 14's getting closer. That's 3-pounder there.
Just solid
right there.
Menendez.
He's all right.
He started in 5th place.
Like
He needs to gain
this.
about
Those are pretty.
34 pounds to get in the top
Those
10.
are pretty low dogs right there.
And I don't want to change the subject, but Mr. Cliff Prince might have went to one of his offshore spots because in the last 10 minutes he's caught a 3, a 5, and a 2 1/4, 18 pounds up to 3rd place, 2 pounds off the pace.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Just dropped in.
Set a few alarms off for sure among everybody who's watching what's going on here today on this all-important 3rd day. We'll continue our coverage in just a few moments after this break.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
First event of 9, make it up the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River. It's day number 3 if you're just picking up with us. Hope you're having a good weekend here as we take a look at our leaderboard. And there's Greg Hackney on top, a slight shade over Brian New. Cliff Prince. We just got a report from Ronnie that Cliff had run across some good ones there. Seth Fider, whom we just talked to with a little bonus coverage, having a great day, up over 20 pounds. Caleb Kufall there, right behind him. And so it goes on down the leaderboard, but you got to be, not on this page, but in the previous page at the end of the day. That's the whole thing.
And those weight.
It's our TH Marine Weather Watch right now. High of 71 tomorrow. So a little cooler tomorrow, low of 62, just a tiny bit. Again, the threat of thunderstorms all day long. I don't know if we're out of the threat today here in Florida. Seems like mid-afternoon's a time when they tend to fire up, and well, we see Gary Klaus has had to fire up and head on home.
Been a rough day for Gary Klaus.
Speaking of Caleb Kufall, saw him on the leaderboard a little bit ago. Let's get some bonus coverage from Caleb. We got to talk to him a little bit on day number 1, and out to Caleb. And Caleb, a solid limit in there. Looks like it took a while to get going, though, huh? It was slow this morning, first thing.
Yeah, it was really just one stretch. I hit what I've been fishing the last 2 days this morning. It just wasn't happening. I caught, a very, very small limit in there. And then I came out here to a little place I had one bite on in practice and kind of lit it up for a little while. I caught a number of pretty good fish to boost my weight, but I haven't gotten a real big bite. That's kind of what I need today to get me into that top 10. I need an 8-pounder.
Caleb, if you can kind of walk us through how you're obviously fishing in a lot different area than you were on day 1 when we joined you. What adjustments have you had to make throughout this tournament, especially with the weather changes that have come in?
Well, yeah, today is totally different than it has been. First 2 days, we had a decent amount of sunlight. And, I was fishing spawners, and you could, see your way around. And this morning I couldn't see anything. The area that I was fishing was starting to get muddied up by the rain, and just I never even saw, I don't think, a fish that I caught this morning. Everything was just flipping around in areas that I thought, there were some beds in. So, but yeah, today is totally different though. This cloud cover, I think it's really getting these fish going on the main river. I had a pretty good pattern in practice going on this deal, but I just wasn't getting enough bites to really, try and exploit it.
Caleb, being from Wisconsin, are you bummed out that Tom Brady beat the fire out of Aaron Rodgers a few weeks ago?
Yeah, we won't talk about that. Can't beat the goat, I guess.
Maybe you want to be left alone about that one. Speaking of which, have you been pretty much left alone to operate where you're fishing today? Have you had any company in there?
I have had no company anywhere I fished today. So,
all right.
Wow.
Very little company the last 2 days, but today I haven't really even anybody. So it's been fun.
All right. Well, I hope that big one comes for you, Caleb. Getting the work done today. Good solid limit in the boat, and he, like everyone else, man, just really holding out for a giant one. Weigh-in is closer than you think, coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, right there in our host city of Palatka, Florida. There is our host for the weigh-in, the inimitable Dave Mercer. And Dave, staying dry and keeping your powder dry. We got a big cut to make today. What have you been sort of noticing about what's going on today on the water?
Yeah, well, things are kind of clearing up here. Getting, you get a little crowd getting ready for weigh-in here this afternoon. But, guys, I think that what we're seeing here, in my opinion, is almost a blessing in disguise when it comes to Florida events. And what I mean by that is you guys have covered enough events. You know how these deals go. I mean, especially a big sight fish event. The first 2 days of the tournament, they blast our lights out. We get into the weekend, and then it's small ball. I mean, really, you've got a bunch of people fighting it out and trying to stay alive with just little buck bass in a lot of those traditional events. But the way this event has changed and evolved through day after day, and even with the way it looked like it was going to be going into pre-fish, you look at that day off before and how much that would have changed things if we were competing, if they were on the water that day. It's amazing. And I think what I mean by that is a blessing in disguise in the way that they're going to keep catching them. As we've learned here today, they're having to change because the fish are changing, but that change is keeping the bite and keeping this tournament that much more exciting, if you ask me, and it's going to go right down to the wire. We're going to whittle it down to 10 today, and our first champion of the year tomorrow. I mean, it's hard to believe we're back here, but, man, it feels good to be home here in Putnam County, beautiful Palatka, Florida.
Speaking of being home, Dave, I want you to really kind of break down, number one, the astronomical odds of the road that Hackney has gone on for the last 12 months. Coming into this tournament, he was like a pit bull. I talked to you were on a production call where I said, I've never heard him talk about fishing the way he did during the offseason, getting ready to get back into the Bassmaster Elite Series. Talk about his demeanor at the event. He just seems jovial, if that's even the correct word to use.
Weirdly jovial. It's, I mean, in Hackney, I mean, the magic of Hackney, and you're the master of it because literally you revealed those layers of the onion to the world. I mean, we all just thought he was a stone cold killer, but he has got it's kind of like a Papa Smurf vibe. I mean, kind of along the dock, very friendly with everybody, happy to be here. And I think what you're seeing is something very similar to Brandon Palnick. And it's the plague of life that we all go through, and it's just loving what you have, and really you're seeing some guys that had those opportunities really taken away from them, and now that they're back here, they just love it that more, and I think that makes them that more lethal, that much more lethal, because literally they want it that much more, and they know how fragile those opportunities are. I mean, they know that it's not forever, and it does seem like that a lot of times. But I think that makes them a lot scarier. And whenever those guys are in contention, you're gonna want to have to look out, because they definitely motivated. And Hackney's back here for one reason, and that's to pile a pile of trophies on his mantle. And I mean, you saw what he did this morning, and I'm sure your phone was the same right away. Blip, 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 uh-oh. Like the bass fishing world knows that look in Hackney and those noises and sounds that start to come out of his nostrils and mouth when he's on a particular bite. And Godzilla started to breathe some fire again today.
Well put, Dave Mercer. Thank you so much, Dave. We'll be on hand to start that weigh-in, that all-important weigh-in number 3, setting us up for Championship Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time from Palatka, Florida, right there. Great Dave Mercer standing by for us. And how about we leave you with some Striker Daily Trivia? It's been a while since we've had some of that. Kyle Welcher's 10-pound, 1-ounce big bass. You remember that from last year. Caught at last year's event here on the St. Johns River. Weighed more than what number of anglers today? Total weight. Now that's a little brutal. Oh boy. That's a little
came from
tough.
Such. Why wouldn't it be brutal?
Oh boy. How many anglers got beaten by a single fish? 8, 11, 15, or 19? That's your Striker Daily Trivia. Daily Trivia, we'll be answering it when we come back.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
We got plenty more live coverage coming to you from the 3rd day of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River. Got some good, tight competition, but right now we need to fulfill our obligation to solve this Striker Daily Trivia question that was posed just a moment ago. Kyle Welcher's 10-pound, 1-ounce big bass, you remember that, last year's event on the St. Johns, weighed more than how many anglers, what number of anglers, total 2-day weight? What an insulting, brutal question, Such. Thank you.
I'm not naming anybody.
See, how many were embarrassed by that particular catch?
Well, that's an odd question, and we do like oddities. I'm going to go with B11.
Okay, I'll go C. I'll go 15. I'll just make it worse.
I was going to go B, but just to be, I'll go A, 8.
You guys don't know the truth, how bad it was for some guys last year.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God. You're right.
Wow.
19.
Fish. I saw that fish, 10-1, and I looked at the total weights from last year. And
last year was a tough
19 guys did not total more than 10-1 over 2 days.
Last year was a tough year, and that was a giant bass. Yeah. That was a giant bass.
Hey.
Wow. A 10-plus pounder has been the
Trivia.
big bass every single year at the St. John's, but this is the one year it's threatening not to be because it's a 9.5 pounder.
Well,
so far,
we're not
Hackney's
done.
had what, a 10.5 or?
I think he had a 10.3, a 10.8, or something like that. Yeah.
And we had John Cruz at 11.2.
I think Jason Williamson caught a 10-pounder.
So listening to what Mercer was talking about, how chippy and happy that Hackney's been. The day before the tournament began, Tommy, I wanted to reach out to him, kind of see how practice went. And I was talking to him, and he said, I spend a lot of
don't do it in one 50-yard stretch, and I got bit there, but
time with Craig.
Fish around this stretch, so. I'll get another bite up through here. There's just too many fish in proximity to the lake moving this way, so we'll get a bite.
So, guys, my question is, did you guys get trivia right this morning? I was upstairs in the Studio B.
I can't remember. If I had to guess, I didn't, because I think I'm over.
You're still over.
I'm an over so far this year. Usually I can, break even on trivia, but I guess this is just.
Hey, you're going to have a flawless second half of the year, I promise.
I
I'm going to have to bone up. I got to tighten up if that's going to happen.
You know that the question is going to be tough when there's 80 words in the question.
Brian New on top of that 3-box right there,
Fish
just
looking
ounces
right here.
behind our leader, Greg Hackney. Good tight competition here. We're going to give you a little bonus coverage again here, catching up with one of the stars of the Bassmaster Elite Series, Stetson Blaylock. Stetson, kind of run down your day for us. How long did it take before things really got going?
Well, it started off quick with a solid one this morning.
Oh, no, what flavor that?
On a crankbait, how I caught them last year that I made the top 10, but the fish aren't there really good this year. Just one each day, but started running back down towards my area and made a little sachet up in a little, I guess you'd call it a little ditch, and man, I caught like 8 or 9 keepers in there. Caught another solid one. I'm literally just trying to find. I came back down here to my area where I've been fishing. Drew Benton, he's right here behind me. We both kind of been, and along with other guys, been fishing in this same area. There's still some giants in here. We just got to get them to lock down. The weather's not really cooperating for us too good, but I just got to get 1 or 2 big ones.
Talk about how you were affected by the fog delay. I think that affected everyone, and not in a good way. Stetson, that was a rough blow to take for the first outing of the year.
Sure it was, yeah. You know, I was bed fishing, and I still had my chances, though. I lost a 7 or 8 pounder, had him hooked. You know, plenty good of a chance to have 17, 18 pounds the first day, and just didn't land the bites. But yesterday was a little tougher. Didn't get any big ones to bite, but had a little bit more weight. And today I kind of threw an audible to catch what I have, but I'm back down here now just trying to find a big one to finish out today.
You know the conditions now and how they're supposed to be playing out for the rest of this weekend here. Do you see much in the way of new fish showing up, another wave perhaps coming in?
You know, I really don't think so, but there's still some giants swimming around in these areas where we've been fishing, and I think it's just a matter of time before you're going to make the right move and find one of those giants that are actually locked on instead of just cruising around. That's been the problem, is there's plenty of them in here, but they're not really locked down. So just got to, keep looking till you find one that's ready to go.
Stetson, what's it been like for you the last 24 months? You obviously expected to fish at this level, but after 2 years of tough fishing on the Elite Series, the last 2 years couldn't have probably been any better other than taking home AOI trophies. For you, you're just keeping it rolling no matter if we're in Florida or up north. What's been the deal for you motivation-wise?
Well, I think for me it's all been in my head, just fishing the way I like to fish, even if you don't think it's the best thing going, but you feel like you can get the bites you need in each tournament. Just go with what you know, and I've been doing it paid off tremendously.
What was it like in there on the final day of practice? What did you see in that area?
Well, I just saw enough fish to know that I could come in here and get some quality bites. Just fishing, I didn't catch. I caught 1 keeper the first day of practice and 2 or 3 the second day, and then that last day I didn't catch any keepers, but I saw a lot of fish. So I knew if I was going to do it, I was going to have to do it by watching them, not fishing. And it worked out the first day. Like I said, I just lost a big bite, and then today caught what I never really get on any big ones that wanted to bite. And so I'm down here just trying to finish it out and see if I can locate a big one that's ready to go this afternoon.
Stetson, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good luck finding that big one, bringing 1 or 2 good sized ones into the boat, and moving on up that leaderboard. Stetson Blaylock, you're right, Ron. He's had a great last couple of years, great 18 months in the sport of bass fishing for sure.
He has. Head back up to the north end of Crescent right now with Mark Menendez. Went on a little flurry here a bit ago.
I know when I get a swing and a miss like this, it makes that old back hurt.
Right around the 15th place position. He needs a couple more to get into that top 10 for tomorrow.
About at least 2 pounds, Ronnie. Talked about his back a second ago. He took a medical hardship after a couple events last year and spent the rest of the season on the sidelines. He was really itching to get back to fish.
He needed all those months to rehab for sure. Got a pound and a half, or I don't know if that one's going to cull for him.
Take a look at that flurry that Menendez went on, and it almost seems like every time we come to the St. Johns River, the one thing Mark Menendez concentrates on is hard cover. Granted, we've seen him catch him out of patches of bull rushes and buggy whips, but almost every time we're here, whether it's boat docks, pilings, cypress trees, this time around, kind of ignoring that north end of Lake George, going into Crescent. And as you said, Ron Moore, he has been the champion of Crescent this week by far.
Yeah, of all the old school anglers, I'm not going to call them OG because they obviously have been around for a while, but Jay Yellis, Rick Clunn, Mark Menendez, all fishing Crescent. Menendez surviving from there. Even a guy like Jake Whitaker last year, top 5 fishing Crescent, didn't do well at all, so he definitely has been the only one to succeed there.
I think he would call himself an OG.
Mark Menendez just needs a couple of really good ones or a couple of really solid ones in order to climb back into that top 10.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Well, our guys, our 50 anglers out there today, day number 3 of this AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns. They got to be back. They got to report back to Palatka in less than an hour, about an hour and a half. Be there in time for the weigh-in. Let's talk about our Phoenix Boats Big Bass Day 1. Hey, Derrick Hudnall, who we spent a lot of time with during the course of this tournament. 9.5 pounder, very, very impressive. And 8.5 pounders, 8 pounds, 8 ounces, what it took for Wes Logan to get the day 2 honors on that one. And I think we got something bigger on the line for that today, right, Such? Unofficially.
We were just talking that Hudnall entered his in Bass Track on day 1 as a 9.2. Palaniuk has entered his in as a 9.4. So, just doing the math, it might be bigger.
Could be bigger. Could be 9.9.
Hello, Such. Z, you follow that reasoning?
Not really, no.
Well, the guys,
man,
you know, they
him all day.
put in a little less weight than what the fish actually is. Mr. Fighter just called with a 4.2. He's up to about 21.14. And he's trying to complete his climb from 28th into the top 10. He's 9th. Palaniuk even further climbed from 35th to 8th place, but he's got 23.13 on Bass Track. So some big moves from some big names in bass.
You know, we were talking about it before we went to the break, but so on Wednesday, Tommy, and you know this, I talked to Greg a lot before a tournament begins, and he kind of walked me through his practice, what his game plan was, and so far, obviously, he's executed it flawlessly. But he said, yeah, man, it's really nice, and everybody's been real nice to me, and they genuinely seem happy that I'm back. I said, no. I guarantee you they're not happy at all and could really care less. And he's like, yeah, you're right.
This is not a red letter day on their calendar. Greg Hackney coming back today.
Yeah, yay, team.
Hey.
Now, Z, did Hackney speak to you about the difficulty of requalifying for the elites through the Open Series? Because when I asked him and Christy and Scott Martin, they all said it was probably the stoutest open fields we'd ever had. And Ronnie mentioned that.
Every single week. And one of the things Hackney did not want to do, there is a Legends exemption for Angler of the Year champions, past Angler of the Year champions, or Bassmaster Classic champions. And he didn't even want to walk down that road. He said, look, I left on my own. You know, I'm going to put my big boy pants on, and I'm going to roll the dice and try to get back on my own. And he was scared, man. I think Hackney was. I'm sure Scott Martin was.
The first day of his season for the Centrals, he caught 20 pounds of the Arkansas River and was leading. And then he caught like 2 fish the next day and missed the cut and barely got a check. And then some of the guys, like you said, Scott Martin zeroing at Louisville, Neely Henry in the fall. We had 4 opens in the fall, Rayburn. I mean, it was very difficult fishing-wise. So Brian New to win Angler of the Year for the Opens overall and to beat the Atkins and the Martins and the Christies of the world and the Mark Frasers, all those guys, that's impressive.
That's what Mark Zona's talking about when he says this guy's for real. I mean, to beat all that group of marauders and mercenaries and soldiers of fortune, that's something.
Really?
And I'll tell you, taking a look at Brian New earlier today.
That's not what we want.
And I'm restating what I said earlier. And Ronnie, I watched him a lot when you were covering him on the Opens.
That's what I'm talking about.
And you knew he was the real deal. But I'm going to tell you, for the 45 minutes I got to talk to him, I didn't know Brian New. Last night's the first time I ever spoke to him outside of, he was a camera boat for me and Tommy in a classic. Boy, to talk to him for 45 minutes, not cocky, very, very confident, but you knew after 20 minutes, this guy, I wrote it down, this guy is dangerous, scary, dangerous, and a very, very aggressive fisherman. And
I don't think so.
Look, if you hang around Brian Thrift, you're going to know something. And I kept saying, what has Brian taught you? And he's like, no. I teach Brian.
Hey, Brian New's won FLW Tour events from a co-angler's perspective. He's fished locally, regionally, from the back of the boat, from the front of the boat, nationally from the back of the boat, and then he jumped up to the front last year. He's won the ABA National Championship at Eufaula, broke the century mark and won by 20 pounds there. He's won a lot of different level team and individual series events. Definitely a worthy angler.
And now he sits only 9 ounces behind this guy right here, Greg Hackney, our leader.
Oh boy.
And he's been around. He's going to turn 31 next weekend.
Maybe a little more than 9 ounces now, Tommy.
It's a nice fish. I'll look. I don't think he's, God, he's pretty solid. I think he looks like all the rest of them. I just had to peep it. It was blue and, let me see, blue and yellow. Let's see what white looks like. Take a hammer. Let me see blue. Oh gosh, we're fixing to get into that mess again.
Look out
but
now.
I gotta put a
Daggum Louisiana Pistolero is back at it.
Yeah, so I'll probably, what did I think? 220.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah, 220, that's, and that's saved me extra 10 minutes to get back, you know. I mean, I can make it from the mouth there for sure in 30, but 40 would just be, you know, because if something happened and you had to move them over in another boat or, you know, whatever.
At the same time, Hackney making that upgrade. Hank Cherry upgrades as well, and he's into 3rd place now, 21 pounds and change. Unofficially.
Man, it's going to be really interesting to see what Hackney does in the morning. This is the first time during the tournament that he has visited Lake George. Said he spun out. He hurried up a little bit too much on day 1 with the fog delay. Yesterday, fished a man-made canal. That he caught him in years past. I believe he took 2nd to Klein in the canal that he caught him yesterday. And he said, man, if I could let that canal rest on Saturday, I'm going to burn it all down on Sunday. But how do you not come back to this?
Boy, you think with the numbers he's been racking up, that's just a mathematical imperative. You got to go check it out, right?
There's only 2 or 3 people in our top 10 keeping multiple places on.
Nice ones off the whole stretch.
Brian
You know
New,
what I
Cliff
mean?
Prince, Hackney.
I mean, now it's pretty much everywhere. I just been kind of won't win. I got too far down that first. You know, if I had I caught a limit of them the first day and not had that 12 pounds, but see, I just had too much deficit, you know. I was like, I got to have 30 pounds one day, you know, to catch back up. Of course, Klein did that. I mean, he came back. He had like 12 or 13 when he beat me and then caught 34, you know. It's doable.
Well, you're right, Ronnie. Ryan New has got screens every available spot on that boat. Where else can he put one?
He's contacting Mars.
Well, that dang bullet, that's the roughest riding boat made, you know. That thing only weighs about 600 pounds, but it'll do 100. Now, the ones like Buddy Gross and them fish out of are heavy, you know, they're regular bass boats, but that's one of them rockets right there. That, well, you hear how it sounds. Of course, when he gets in that river, he's going to run 100.
Again, great competition here. And of course, we just heard Greg Hackney mentioning Rick Klein. He was the story before last season from the St. Johns River. 2 wins, 2 visits by the Bassmaster Elite Series to this place. He wins them 2 in a row.
Gosh, and you kind of miss seeing that vegetation and those dollar pads. And this was one of those rare tournaments. Rick Klein was able to beat the sight fishermen. Rick Klein has talked about that for years. Can you compete when the majority of the field is sight fishing? He did exactly that on Lake George. That's 2016 right there. Fast forward real quick to 2019, and this was just a big, all-around big bass beatdown. Gosh, you see all those dollar pads. You kind of miss that. I hope it comes back in the next few years. But I made a comment during that event, Tommy Sanders. I asked Rick Klein before that tournament started, you will win this tournament if, he said, if I'm left alone. Well, he was left alone, and he blew their doors out.
That just set the bass fishing world on fire. Inspirational performance. Twice the Bassmaster Elite Series goes here. Twice he wins at the end of that decade, that amazing decade. How about some Striker Daily Trivia as we get close to break time right here? Here's the question. At the 2016 Bassmaster Elite event on the St. Johns River, how much did the 2016 event, how much did Rick Klein's Day 3 big bag weigh? Was it 30 pounds, 12 ounces, 31.7, 32.7, or 32.13? Those are very similar numbers, Such.
I think I'm going to get in the win category, Tommy. What about you?
Confuse you. Yeah, I don't know. It's trivia. It's trivia time. So when we get back, we will pay it off for you. We will bring you the answer. Meanwhile, make your best guess.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
First of 9 stops this year for this great group of anglers here. Stop number 1, the St. Johns River. This AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. We're in the middle of 3rd day coverage here. Very, very important day. Very important way up on the way. Way in on the way. Now let's trivia up. We posed a question to you before, talking about Rick Klein and his great exploits on this particular body of water. In the 2016 Bassmaster Elite event on the St. Johns River, how much did Rick Klein's Day 3 big bag weigh? Day 3. Was it 30.12, 32.7? Was it 31.7? Was it 32.13? Z?
Good luck.
Donkey go he ha C.
C. I'm going to go D.
I'll go B.
Okay.
He doubled his first 2 days' weight.
Yeah!
All right.
Ronnie, let's go.
Ronnie. Now, Ronnie, you had a related bit of
It was
unknown
cool.
info, yeah?
So Rick Klein won twice on the St. John's, 2016 and 2019. The crazy thing, he led by 5 or 6 pounds in 2016 with 60-something
Well, my
pounds
job today was to
after
come out
3
here and
days.
make live
And
gear.
he was 8th place,
On Fox.
11 pounds behind with the same weight.
What I was supposed to be doing. They're gonna get to swap that thing out this evening.
Being a cameraman on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
I'll come back here with you.
Is,
Yeah.
it can be
Eric Kafka getting attacked by a cypress tree.
it can be a bit of annoyance.
Snakes love those trees.
Or it'll just fall down. And it's never the hook. It's just that weight gets on them knees down in the crack.
Knowing Kafka, I'm surprised he had to squat to get below that tree. He's not that tall.
Hey,
of a guy.
no
I'm
boy.
just kidding. I love EK. I'm just
I don't
kidding.
know if there's any more of that really good. I got bit up through here, but
Now live with Greg Hackney.
But yeah, that was very unique to see a guy lead an event by a couple pounds and have the same weight the next time we go there, but trail by 11 pounds
Yeah.
and then come back to win.
You were there, Ronnie, the hubbub of him waiting to weigh in for his family to get in town, and all the anglers sticking around the weigh-in.
you know, then the
I
other
heard guys
deal is
stop
I'd
side
hate
of the road
for
to
Gary
watch.
to have a bad
It was
day.
cool.
You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather. It's just too many boys in the top 10 that are close, and some of them are catching them 8 and 9 pounders, you know, so gotta have that. I mean, I think Hudnall had the big bass. He had 22 the first day and had a 9 or. I mean, Hank had an 8-pounder the first day. You know what I mean? Like, there's some of them, the right ones being caught. I can see it just having that. Which, when I was catching that 12 pounds, it didn't seem that bad. You know what I mean? With only like 3 hours of fish, I was like, well, you know, I'm getting it done.
Tommy, I feel like tomorrow's the day. You're gonna get your first you're gonna get your first Striker Daily Trivia victory tomorrow. I know it. I know it.
I'm the trivia cooler.
Tell Hackney's doing a lot of math in his head. He's been talking about his weight from day one, the shortened day, the fog delay, catching 12
You know what's
pounds.
funny? I guess because Florida people are spoiled about the places to fish. This is a heck of a place to fish. You know what I mean? Compared to other places we go, whatever. And it's been this way every day. I never see anybody fishing.
You know what I mean? You see, some crappie fishermen or whatever in that river view, but I'm like, dude, this is a fine place to bass fish right here. You know what I mean? I'm catching some freaking nice fish. I mean, this ain't bad fishing. You know, it was kind of doom and gloom. Everybody was talking about the grass being gone, and also I didn't know because, like I said, I hadn't been here since 2016. And but I'm like, well, it looks pretty good to me. Of course, I know this is a good time of the year, but still.
It's a step away for a bit of bonus coverage right now with Hank Cherry in the river. Excellent day. Up over 20 pounds again. And Hank, no 8-pounders in the mix there, but man, you got some solid fish in the live well. Tell us how it's gone down today.
Well, taking off this morning, I was talking and I had to decide what I wanted to do, and I knew they were calling on the rain and the wind, and I thought that was going to hamper where I planned on going, so I called an audible, went off a gut feeling where I lost the big one yesterday afternoon, and it wasn't fast and furious, but it slow and steady started going down, and it's just one of those days where everything just happened to go exactly right so far.
Hank, I talked to you before this tournament started, and you were itchy, scratchy on Wednesday. You said, why do you have a camera on me? Honestly, why do you have a camera in my boat? What has changed since practice for you?
You know, when I come, I have the notion when the water's cold, the weather's cold, I try to catch them like normal fishing. And when you come to Florida, most of the time, these fish are lethargic, slow, big eaters, and you got to take advantage of windows, you know, and I've been led astray before by keeping a jerk bait in my hand or a spinner bait in my hand and fishing lily pad points on the main river, and I'll get a couple big bites. Well, this time at practice, I hardly even did that, and like I told you, it was a one-bite day, and then I caught 4, and I just made myself slow down. I saw the water temperature. I looked at the places where I had bites. I was like, look, they got to be pulling up, and if they're pulling up, they're going to go to these places. And I just put faith in that and told myself I wasn't going to second guess anything. And dude, it's been awesome. I mean, I've left a bunch of fish today just in case I can creep in till tomorrow. Nothing that's going to be any bigger than I think what I already got. It's just the fact that if you sit there and keep catching 3-pounders, that's 15 pounds tomorrow guaranteed. So, I made a move, and as soon as I made a move, I caught 2 more big ones in a different place. So I got a good idea where they're going. I just hope that continues, and maybe I get through.
Hank, do you fish more confident? Do you trust your decision-making more since you've won the Classic?
I do. Well, I'm going to tell you, I was pretty spun out, though, about practice, but I just it's been so painstakingly slow for me. I mean, I have been on the trolling motor. I kept it on 2 lines of my Garmin trolling motor. I got everything cut off in the boat, and I have just been putting along, alternating between. I've caught them on a worm. I've caught them on topwater. I've caught them on a shock blade. I caught a big one on a crawl. I mean, I'm sitting here right now and I see 2 rolling. I just made myself slow down, and I told myself they got to come this way. They're coming this way. They're coming this way. And the number one thing for me is we haven't seen a boat all day.
Hank, you talked about you sort of let yourself be misled by preconceived notions before you even get to a place. Go a little deeper into that. Tell me how you fight against letting that happen.
Well, you look at the forecast, and we all try to be weatherman before we get here, and you're paying attention. They're going to be doing this, you're going to do that. And then you get here and you see the water temperature so cold, and you start to practice that way. And I learned a long time ago, and I think it was Kevin that said it, you got to practice where they're going, not where they are. That's what you got to figure out. And I keep that in my mind, and I kept it in my mind. Even though practice was terrible and some of my buddies were really catching them, I just kept it in my mind. And when I got those couple bites that last day, it gave me confidence. Hey, maybe you just got to slow down and fish like you're in Florida and not North Carolina.
Have you been able to expand what you've been working, find some more places today, or have you got sufficient?
I haven't even been to where I caught my fish yesterday.
Huh.
We never got that far. It's been I'm telling you, today, if it was just a whirlwind of excitement, high-fiving. A big one that I caught a little while ago, I said I lost it yesterday, and I went creeping back there when the tide was way out, and you got to really finagle your way back there. I just drifted across, and I looked over at 5 feet, and I told my guy, I said, that big sucker's sitting right there. I drifted on by, spun around. First cast, didn't bite it. Second cast, I missed it. Third cast, when it bit, let it swim 5 feet, and I ripped it, and the whole neighborhood went nuts.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, today has just been one of those days why you pick up a rod when you're a kid. I mean, you cannot explain some of the places I've gotten bit today. I haven't got bit, and all of a sudden, that's when I knew my areas were replenishing, because all of a sudden I'm catching these fresh fish on the way into where I know where they're going. So I can't imagine what's actually all going back there, because in Florida, you're not going to catch everything. You can't hit every spot. You're definitely not going to catch every fish.
Hank, are you seeing more fish lock on today?
Yeah, but here's the key. The key for me is not necessarily seeing them lock on. I look for movement. I was talking to Hackney about this morning. It was the same thing. You look for that movement, and then you just fish, because the water's so black, you don't really see them. Now, that big one, anybody could have seen it. It was just sitting on the only bright orange spot in the whole place. But most of them, I see them move. I power pole down, and I just start pitching around them, and all of a sudden it just goes doink. Every time it's done that, it's been a good one.
Hank, last question before we let you go. What's your smallest fish in your live well right now of your 5? You don't have a great giant, but what's your smallest?
4 pounds maybe. We've been trying. We had them on the beam. I had one in my hands that I could barely cradle in my arm, and I got it on my scale, and my scale's telling me it's 310, and I'm like, there's no way. I got brand new scales. Maybe my scales are still confused because they didn't expect this either. I don't know.
Hank, it sounds like a fun day. Everything working out, making all the right moves. Hank, living the dream out there. Our reigning classic champion, Hank Cherry, having a good day.
Oh, yeah.
First good look we've had at Mike Huff. We had a great look at Mike Huff from Chickamauga, battling Lee Livesey down to the wire on that one. And,
he had a heck of a morning. He caught a 6-pounder, had a quick early limit, jumped into the top 5 really quickly this morning, and slowly petered out. But a couple calls late will put him right back in contention.
Well, if we ended it right now, those would be the Ones Fishing Championship Sunday. Hackney, New, Cherry, Prince, Klaus, Walters, Schmidt, Hudnall, Polinick, and Wes Logan. But something tells me, well, it's been changing all day long, pretty much minute to minute. So we'll see what changes are yet to come.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Less than an hour's time. Coverage for you live of this AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River. Very, very important day. All of them are. This one, you got to be on that list right there as we look at our leaderboard where Greg Hackney is on top with Brian New just ounces behind. Derrick Hudnall, Cliff Prince, Hank Cherry. Saw him moving up big time. Just talked to Hank Cherry, Seth Fighter. Talked to Seth Fighter as well. Having a fantastic day. Will it be enough when it's all said and done? Straisner up there. Caleb Kufal, Mark Menendez. We've spent a lot of time with Mark Menendez as well. Z, we're starting to get an idea of who might be in that top 10 and how it's setting up. A little later on, I may ask you to sort of break it down for us, see what you can make of what might happen today. But meantime, we have running more at the Screen of Knowledge here, and I see you've got, we got Bass Track up. That's a start.
I was about to show you that, Tommy, who is close to that leaderboard for the top 10 who might make the final day cut. And when we look at it, Seth Fighter, Matt Hare, and Mike Huff, Josh Straisner are all right there, 11th through 14th, all within a pound and a half, 2 pounds of the cut, which is just an inconsequential bass at late in the day, a easy cull, especially for Seth Fighter, who is virtually tied with Wes Logan right now. The key is tiebreakers to make the final day, the overall biggest single day bag between the two anglers. So because Wes Logan caught a big bag yesterday with his 8.5 pounder, he would get the nod if he stayed tied with Seth Feider. We obviously see some guys that are on camera. Mike Huff might be a little low on Bass Track. We will see that. But when you get up to the top, we've got an interesting top of the leaderboard. Greg Hackney, a guy who's won big bass here numerous times, looking at his Bass Track. Brian New, a rookie on the Elite Series, Hank Cherry, a classic champion. A lot of different styles, and I think it's very interesting because if Hank Cherry was to win, I'm looking at his Bass Track and his profile. You can catch up and watch his 8-pounder from day one when we had him live. When you're looking at his style of fishing, Hank Cherry doesn't normally excel in these flipping type shallow soft plastic tournaments. Maybe skipping docks with a wacky rig or something like that, but not flipping structure and cover with a stick bait or a creature bait. So for Hank to excel here, if he was to win this event, I think it would be a big stamp on his resume, even with a classic title, because he's doing it out of his comfort zone. And so you can learn all about Brian New, Hank Cherry, by clicking on their Bass Track and checking out the videos that we have them featured in. Also learning some bios. They have some stories up on the website as well.
Ronnie, I'm going to do a short attention span jump to one of your other areas of expertise. Fantasy. How much traffic was there for Hank Cherry in fantasy? Was he a big pick or
It
no?
wasn't, I think, because of the bucket he was in, because he's in that classic cut bucket. A lot of guys in A and B. There was a lot of favorites in there. John Cox, some of the Florida guys, Drew Benton, Drew Cook. I think he was really underrated, probably around that 4 to 5% range, which ends up being a very good, solid percentage to own someone. They're not too much to where, and people get confused. If you pick a guy that's 50% or you pick a guy that's 1%, you don't get bonus points for picking a low percent guy when he does well. The benefit is if half the people are picking Rick Clunn and you pick someone else in Bucket E that beats him by a spot, you just beat half of the fantasy fishing players by selecting someone different. But the other thing can happen. If you don't pick Cliff Prince and someone else does, you're going to lose out to half the people. So it is tricky with the percentages, but Hank, a very affordable percentage in his bucket.
It was 6% in Group C, Ronnie, behind Drew Benton's 29%, Brandon Cobb's 15%.
Taking a look at our
Swindle
map
17.
here. Mike Huff is on the move, I think, right now. Mike Huff having had a good day. We may listen in on him a little bit.
Had a great morning, and then all of a sudden it just died about 10 o'clock. But it was really fun this morning. Got 20 or 30 bites, I'd say, this morning. So one here, one there since then. But I've got a decent bag. I think I need one more to make the 10 cut, though. So I'm sure the guys caught them today. But it was fun. Caught another big one.
You still got to get on the other side.
Yeah, and I'll have probably 30 minutes to fish. So I think I'm just going to pick a canal and go look for a big one on the bed for 30 minutes because I still have not got a bite in the river yet this entire week. So. $15, $16. But, yeah. Did you get them? That's a good bag. Yeah. I think you got a big bag. Yeah. I think he said he had a 9. From what I heard across the canal here. Yeah. I don't know. He said he had a 2-pounder to cull. So.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's amazing when they don't know how they still know so well just by anglers' body language and interpreting what they feed them, report-wise.
Yeah. The code is strong with these folks right here. You look for Patrick Walters from a distance. He has a real Jordan Spieth kind of look going on. Have you noticed that?
He really does. Good call.
Yeah.
Back at that screen of knowledge, Tommy, taking a look at all of our anglers, where they're at on the system right now. I did not like Bass Track. I loved the old Bass Track. You knew that. I was adamant about it in meetings, production meetings.
Sure.
And it just chapped my hide that we went and changed it. Okay. Day number 1, I got on there and said all new Bass Track. And I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to come around to it, Ronnie.
I believe in happy endings. That's good. That's a good story.
Thanks.
Things turning out okay.
It really is. Taking a look at Matt Herron earlier today. Matt Herron with a very, he's one of those anglers, and we've talked about this, just very, very consistent catches, but lacking one of those giants, one of those 7 to 10 pound St. John's River studs, but a real, just solid quality all week for Matt Herron.
Hanging just right now, just a couple of positions outside the top 10. And he surprised us yesterday, brought in a little bit more than maybe we had him pegged for, so right off Matt Herron yet. Here's Mark Menendez.
Mark Menendez fishing in Crescent and the upper end of Crescent, where it kind of funnels back into the river system. Slow and steady all week long. Told us yesterday, guys, don't worry, I am not on winning fish. Well, doesn't look like he's on winning fish. He said, man, I'm not getting a lot of 6 to 8 pound bites, but the quality, just like Matt Herron, has been there for Mark Menendez.
Mark Menendez fishing against a backdrop very much like that of Greg Hackney. In fact, we had him back-to-back in boxes and looked like two sides of the same coin.
And you have to give it up for Mark Menendez, taking an entire year off and starting with a potential top 20 here. From there, over to Derrick Hudnall, the only bad deal right now for Derrick Hudnall. No, Derrick Hudnall actually filled out his limit, started his day with a kicker fish, one he said was 5 pounds, but I think pretty fair. Such gave us a BFA earlier. This one a lot closer to 6 pounds for Derrick Hudnall.
So you know that he filled his limit, Z, because of Bass Track. So please apologize to Bass Track for being so reliable.
I think I put a period on the end of the sentence when I said I am coming around. Do I love it yet? No, but I'm coming close. Good one right there for Derrick Hudnall.
After that, it did get a little slower for him, much slower than it has been for the previous 2 days, numbers-wise.
He and Gary Klaus, boy, they were stuck on 2 fish for the majority of the day, but having that time to fish, unlike Gary Klaus, putting 5 in the live well for Derrick Hudnall.
And the story of Gary Klaus, that's been the story of the first 2 days for sure. Putting a lot on the line, really going for it, making a longest run. Anyone in this field on the first 2 days paid off certainly in a big way on day number 1. Had to struggle, had to work and grind hard to make it work on day 2, and so it did then. But today, boy, just a little bit or a lot bit more tough.
Well, it was, you kind of rewind to after the day 1 weigh-in. Boy, Gary was keyed up, fair to say. And he made the comment, man, I feel like I'm on the winning area, and then came right back and said, man, I might have fished out the entire area.
Well, that's the paradox of bass fishing, I guess. Brian New with a new face on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but not new to the sport. Pretty good resume for this young fella, and he's proven why he's got that good resume.
Yes, main river spot in the morning, yo-yoing a lipless crankbait. Then he goes shallow.
That's what I'm talking about.
And he got right when we came back from our midday break, he got a lot of bites. Brian New will be a threat going into championship Sunday.
30-year-old angler from North Carolina, again a rookie here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
You got to wonder, he obviously has a good morning spot that takes him about an hour to fill his limit. He probably hasn't put a bunch of pressure on it because once he catches his 5, he leaves. But this pad area, like you said, Z, he got a lot of bites and hurt a lot of fish today that he might not be able to have tomorrow. So hopefully another wave moves up for him. Otherwise, he might have to lean on that shell bar a little bit more.
And you really felt like fishing those isolated pads, especially the region that he was fishing in, the bottom end of George. Man, when he started setting the hook, you just felt like any one of the swings of the bat that he was going to catch a giant. Solid one right here, but we never saw one of those huge ones for Brian New.
Brian New trailing by 9 ounces to this man, Greg Hackney.
Greg Hackney with a big morning on Lake George. Took him a little while to get started, but when it did, when the light switch flipped on, Greg Hackney went to work. 1/4 ounce tungsten weight, straight shank flipping hook, fluorocarbon, not braid, and a Strike King Rage Bug, color June Bug. It was just awesome to watch him work, picking apart all the males and then dissecting those areas, saying, I know there's a bed there, and then catching the bigger females. It was a fun morning. It was a really, really special day.
You could only sit back and watch and marvel at what went on.
And I think the story of the day tomorrow is going to be, what does he do? Because again, that big stringer that he caught yesterday, he caught in a canal that we have seen him do work before. That is going to be a tough call to make. And again, cypress trees on Lake George.
There it is, midday update. We're getting about it.
Well, he's not going to run out of cypress trees. I think
yes.
that's safe to say.
You are spot on that, Tommy Sanders. He has had free reign of Lake George all by himself. Said nobody ever.
Gary Klaus on his way back after his short fishing day, owing to a long travel time. Greg Hackney on top as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time. That's coming up straight up 3 p.m. Eastern time right here. So get
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
all about the top 10. Who will the top 10 be? The ones who fish on Championship Sunday. You look at that right now. Former Angler of the Year, Greg Hackney, on top by just a little bit. Right now, we see the current Classic champ, reigning Classic champ, Hank Cherry, in third place. We see another former Angler of the Year, Brian Palnick, also in our top 10. The big names have come out to play as well, and we got some strong contenders looking to move up in the final moments of fishing here.
Lester did a little late-minute heroics here with a 4-pound, 12-ounce fish he just landed, put in there.
So, Tommy, how about this? Gary Klaus to Derrick Hudnall, first to second place, was a 7-pound gap coming into today, 6.5, 7-pound gap. Wow. From Gary to Patrick Walters in 10th, 13 pounds. Right now, it's 4.5 pounds from first to 10th. That's how much. The two guys that had the huge advantage, Hudnall and Klaus, are the two that are below 14 pounds today, and everybody else is having 17-plus pound days and has closed that gap.
Stretches have all come off a cypress
Gary
tree
started
or
17 pounds back of the leader.
A log, you know, that was out. If I have time to get down there or not. 222.
Well, I feel like I have definitely driven out of my lane today because I just got lit up from our guy, Bassmaster.com's Jim Sexton. He said, "You will not come to like the new Bass Track. You will love it by years."
Oh, see?
Something didn't like that.
I know.
What you didn't know, Z, I love Bass Track so much because every time I mention it, I get a 10-cent raise. And so that's why I've mentioned it so much every day.
Bass Track. Wait a second.
Yes.
Boy,
we rough texted you, huh, Z?
A little bit. No, I mean, come on. We're all, we're family. We're family.
Down a little farther from torque it.
Buddy Gross, we've had bad service with him today. But just like Brian knew, shell bed, main river in the morning, catch a limit, get, calm the nerves, and then go shallow. Almost an identical game plan.
You know who's off the radar altogether is a Drew Benton. He's 20 pounds out of the top 10 right now. And Micah Frazier also doesn't have Bass Track working, nor does Hunter Shryock. They're a little further back.
Yeah. The Drew Benton one seems a little curious, though.
Yeah, because he is known to do some damage here.
He is, Such.
Kudos to 6 rookies making the top 50 today. 6 of our 9 rookies made the cut. Stout.
That's rock.
Now, here's a big fish that just came in. Randy Pearson with a 614.
I'm like, I looked at that at first, I was like,
Those rookies are formidable, Ronnie.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
That's a.
We got Brian New, Josh Strassner, Daryl Gleason, Justin Hamner, Kenta Kamira, KJ Queen.
Mark Frazier, Matthew Robertson.
No, they missed the cut, Such.
Oh, who made the cut?
We're not just listing people.
The other guys. This new guy, this Hackney guy, looks pretty good. Brian New.
You ever seen that movie, The Sunshine Boys? That's what you two remind me of right there.
Enter!
Is that a good one?
That's a good one. You should watch it.
I don't know.
Quit poking me with the finger.
It'll be a very competitive year on the Elite Series.
The next one should be an interesting event. We've only fished in the state of Tennessee that early in the year once before, I believe, and that was at Cherokee a few years ago to start our season off. Might not be that cold, but shoot, it's supposed to be 1 degree here in Little Rock on 1 degree here in Little Rock on Monday, which I don't know if that's ever happened. So I don't think Tennessee's enjoying the weather either.
Could change a lot though between in a week's time.
So I'm gonna fish those 2 trees, and then we're.
He's got to go. Yeah, he said, what did he say? 30 minutes for sure. 40 would give him some extra time, and he's 35 minutes from check-in.
He ought to know I'm coming.
Derrick Hudnall.
Mm-hmm. Be a big one. Stay hooked up. Yes, indeed. Stay hooked up. Oh my gosh! Oh.
That would have been a huge call for Hudnall today.
5-pounder.
Oh, he'd have taken the lead, a good lead, with that fish.
Yep.
Well, hey, Derrick Hudnall knows where a 5-pounder is tomorrow then.
Yeah.
It's a bad deal. Well, if it's any consolation, Derrick Hudnall, well, that was a big miss, and that's going to be a hard one to come back from, especially as compressed as our weights have gotten. But he still is Tommy Sanders, and I said he will more than likely have been replaced today as the power pole replay of the day, and it's not easy to come up with energy on this one. That was a very, very, very big turning moment in this tournament. We always talk about execution. That one getting away, but this one did not earlier today. Ever since Derrick could remember.
What I'm talking about.
Told us yesterday that he had a 6-pounder found late in the day. Sat down on it earlier this morning. Derrick Hudnall, you release the champion within you. You are the power pole replay of the day. It's hard to do a power pole replay of the day after a big miss, but
it really is.
In all honesty, that fish right there will keep him in contention. Derrick Hudnall, you are the power pole replay of the day.
And Z-Trade doubted
Good stuff right there. Hey, Derrick Hudnall, though, off to a great start for 2021.
Bring up a big bag from yesterday. From Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Derrick Hudnall.
48 in a face. Oh, yeah. There we go. That one's number 5. Now we're talking.
You know, I'm really excited to get out there tomorrow. Let's go. This is the first one of 2021. I want to right the ship. Let's start it off the right way. Can't wait to get out there tomorrow.
There he is sitting there in 4th place. Had that fish stayed on by his guess. From looking at it, he'd have been the leader by a good margin there over Greg Hackney. That's the way things go out here, though. He'll be back. He may be back after that fish tomorrow or even today. It will be Derrick Hudnall. So many stories out there we're following. Greg Hackney still on top. The top 10 will go on to fish tomorrow.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Final minutes of fishing here. This was just moments ago. Derrick Hudnall in 4th place. The top 5 separated by just a couple of pounds here. A couple of 3 pounds, and Derrick Hudnall gets a good one on. Said it looked like a 5-pounder. It well may have been, and then
Absolutely did nothing wrong right there. Had great pressure on that fish. Just came unbuttoned in a tournament this close. We talked about it right before the intermission. Hard to come back from a big loss right now. From there, going to get right near our takeoff in Palatka with Cliff Prince, who is absolutely still in the mix.
A 4.5 pounder from Mark Menendez got him back in 10th place.
Absolutely.
He'll be close. I think that'll help me, dude.
Z, I think he's fishing close to where Rick Klein fished when he pulled up by the ramp and caught that one final giant. Some junk in the water, bladed jig, same deal.
You know, I'll tell you, Ron, we've talked about Greg Hackney a ton today. We have not had a lot of good cell service with Cliff Prince. He's going to be a scary one, too, on Championship Sunday.
This could be the one. He's had 4 top 20s out of his 5 Elite Series events here. He's going to have a 5th out of 6th right now.
Sorry, bastards. Sorry, bastards.
Did someone call?
Tommy.
I'm sorry.
Got time to change hooks.
Well done.
What was it? That was like a lizard brain reaction right there.
Finish in the top 5, maybe.
That was fantastic.
I don't know what it is. I think it's a grinnell. Yeah, it's a grinnell, all right. It's a green one. We just might have done it for tomorrow. That's a solid 3.5 pounder. Uh-oh. How you like me now, boss? That's a dang chublet. That one goes in this box right there. Black comes out, I don't think it's gonna make much difference. Holy
Two
moly,
good
that was
calls
a
for
good
him.
time.
A 4.5 and a 3 to 3.5 pounder right there.
Oh, yeah.
Put you in mind of a couple of years ago, 2019, the real big bass beatdown. Rick Klein, of course, took that one with 34 pounds on the final day, but boy, he could never quite shake Mark Menendez until the very end. Mark Menendez was making it work.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Almost everyone he set the hook on the last 2 days, that big, if not bigger. A flawless performance in 2019 from Mark Menendez.
Oh my gosh, that's a megalodon right there. Good gravy. No, don't do that. Come. You're mine. Yes. Yes.
Oh, just a joyous day on the water. All the time we spent with Mark Menendez on that day, and a reason for joy right now is Mark's catching some good ones late here and making his case to be in that top 10 fish on the championship.
Hey, there's been
day.
some critical late day catches here in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah. He went
Guys
from
fighting to get in that top 10.
15th or 16th up to 10th, and then now up to 8th, putting some pressure on Brian Schmidt and Brandon Polinick that their bass tracks are accurate. If they are, they need to catch some more because they're on the cut line. If they are not accurate, they might be above Menendez. That's how close they are.
Well, we got 20 minutes or so to get the job done. Meanwhile, getting it done late, that seems to be a skill that Mark Menendez possesses right here. He's not moved very much all day long, stayed there in Crescent Lake, and getting it done in the end.
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Gone from a massive lead today, part of Gary Klaus. A very, very tight competition. Man on top right now. This guy right here gave Rick Klein a big tussle last time. Or actually, time before last, 2016. Greg Hackney, Mark Menendez. Two veterans with some great records here on the St. John's River. Well, bonus coverage for you right now. We caught up with Gerald Swindle. And Gerald, not much fishing time left, but just wanted to say hi and get you to run down your day for us. Tell us kind of how it went for you.
No, Tom, it wasn't bad. I just never got many big bites. I only was able to catch 1 4-pounder up on Rodman today. I actually caught several fish. It seemed to change. I thought that storm might really help some of them shallow fish, but it seemed to slow it down a little bit. So it kind of threw it off. I ended up having to catch, I actually caught my bigger fish on a drop shot, kind of fishing slow, and then I started fishing the pads. Caught several males, just never had a female bite. Now I'm down to about 7-8 minutes to fish. I'm trying to make magic in a canal down here, but, that's kind of like Mark Zahn trying to hit wiffle balls that you throw at him. It's pretty tough to make magic down here with a few minutes.
A little time left. Something big could happen right now. Talk about that day one. Kind of everybody getting off to a little bit of a disadvantage, just not being able to get a whole day in. How did it affect you, or did it affect you?
I thought about that. We sit there long enough, and I started almost having those do this, and I thought, no, you come in this with a game plan, and you're going to go out with a game plan. And I knew no matter how much time I had, I was committed to Rodman. I was going to fish. I thought I'd rather fish 2 hours where I had confidence. It's fish 4 hours where I didn't have confidence. So I burned a lot of my time up blocking back and forth. But to me, I think you have to have a game plan, and a little bit of it you have to stick to it, no matter what the Mother Nature throws at you. And I was able to get on the board and kind of get a decent start. But we just need a big bite now. We'll be okay.
As a two-time Angler of the Year, Gerald Swindle, you have beaten some tough rosters of bass fishermen in the Bassmasters. Now we have our expanded field. Now we've upped it by about 15%. I guess it's tougher than ever now, right?
Yeah, Chad Morgenthaler made a comment about that when he come in yesterday. He said, "Well, fish on."
Uh-oh.
Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. It's still boiling, dude. Stay on. I need to go.
Oh. Oh.
all you can do, man. I mean, you jerk as hard as you can. I lost a good fishing here yesterday, and now I'm really down to about 3 or 4 more minutes. I mean, there's nothing else you can do. You jerk as hard as you can and hope they come out of there. I'm telling you, if they'd have built the Alcatraz out of lily pads, wouldn't a damn person ever got out.
Oh, man. Well, boy, we hate to see that anytime it happens, and especially in the last few minutes. I hope we didn't distract you and contribute to that. It's just one of those rough deals right there. Gerald Swindle, thank you so much for visiting with us.
That's just lily pad fishing.
Yeah.
A lot of competitors do that, and that's just one of the many you get. You know, if you get a bite in one, it's a 50-50 how you try to get them out. You know, sometimes they swim out, and sometimes they tangle up. And I could see him. Once he buried up, I could see the water still boiling in there, but then it doesn't take long when you can't move it. They get leverage on you. There you have it.
Well, we're going to step back and let you try to do it again, maybe get a better result this next time. Thank that marshal of yours for helping us out with that special extra coverage of the former Angler of the Year, Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Gerald Swindle.
Tommy, I think Gerald does agree. Yes, it's a very tough field, but he
yeah, I think
he probably is thinking, man, I can't lose them like that in this tough of a field to move up.
Oh my gosh, we hate to see that. Taking a look at Greg Hackney at work earlier today. It's been a long time, very studiously, in every little spot, every little place he could think to catch a bass there. It took a while to get it going, but you could hear it. He talked to it, talked our way through it. Told us what he was thinking, and boy, he solved the puzzle, Ronnie.
Well, in this time of the year, on the structure that he's fishing with those cypress trees, basically, Tommy, every bite that he got, he knew double were in the area. Every single 2-pounder that he brought in, I mean, his confidence had to go way up knowing that there was a 4-pounder waiting on him because that female is going to pull right up on that bed. And it kind of was a perfect timing. He didn't have a limit filled. Normally you're weeding through 2-pound males when you have a limit. Today he was able to fill his limit with those and cull them out with the females right after it. So Hackney definitely put it together well around the trees this morning.
Just watching him work, doing what he does best is amazing.
Exactly, Tommy, and really him knowing that those fish were spawning and how he would dissect them, man, that was watching a master at work today. And not, you know, here's the thing, he doesn't have any like 7 or 8 pounders. There's just all really good quality fish that he's going to weigh in today.
Yeah, that's kind of a more optimistic view that he can do it again tomorrow. Yes. He's not got a big one in there. We'd have to replicate to do it again. But Greg Hackney,
thank you.
Back after an absence, and boy, a lot of people happy to see him here. He's happy to be here.
You know, it's a funny thing. I know how special this week is to me, and just this moment of coming back to bass because, you know, I can't tell you if it's nervous or I'm anxious or what it is, but I'm a little giddy. You know, because I've been doing this for a long time. I've been a professional for roughly 20 years. And that's a great feeling, honestly, to feel that way. It's powerful, if that makes sense. I have a powerful feeling.
Put on a pretty powerful performance here to go along with that feeling. Greg Hackney now with the lead. Coming from back in the pack after a tough day one, all the way to the top as we near closer and closer to the weigh-in to end this day, the 3rd day of fishing. Top 10
Look at
here.
that top 10 for tomorrow, Tommy Sanders.
Ooh,
wow.
Man.
Championship Sunday is going to be incredible.
Just look at that lineup, and that's the best recommendation you could possibly give.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Sand is almost out of that 8-hour hourglass that they start at the takeoff in the morning. All our anglers are on their way back. Now, many of them stopping at a final little place or two to throw a couple of Hail Mary casts around, see if they can somehow jump a big one, get a bonus fish on the way back in. But right now, Greg Hackney, he is the man on top with a slim margin ahead of Brian New, Hank Cherry, and Derrick Hudnall, top 4.
I really think, the cool thing going into Championship Sunday, this is not a runaway with 2 or 3 or 4 guys like, I hate to say it, it usually is every time we come to the St. John's. Everybody will be in contention tomorrow.
Clint Davis, big bust out day for him, moving way up the leaderboard. Carl Jochimson had a great day one. He's going to have to pull off some kind of miracle to make it into the top 10. Buddy Gross, ditto for him. We just talked to Gerald Swindle in the middle of our conversation. Broke off a big one right there in a canal. Man, it's just, there's a lot of big upside and a lot of heartbreak there that can happen to you as you work your way through 2-3 days of fishing here on this great fishery. Chris Johnston came very close a couple of tournaments ago to making it there. I believe he finished second place in 2019, excuse me.
I'll say Hank Cherry's sitting there in third place with about a pound from the lead. He just checked in about 15-20 minutes early, and the reports are it's much bigger than Bass Track, so he could end up being tighter with Greg Hackney than we think.
And the other thing is, there's a lot of guys that we do not even have weights on, correct, Such?
That is correct. There's at least just 3, Benton, Shryock.
Yeah, and I would say Benton is the only one who would have a chance to threaten for the top, weight-wise.
Only 20 pounds. Yeah, he needs a 20-pound bag, and he's in our top 10.
He's kind of a threatening guy when it comes to this place right here, for sure. Paul Mueller, last year's champion, did not make the cut to today, finishing in 64th place. Kyle Monty, Florida angler from down there at Okeechobee, also fallen short there. Chad Morgan-Taylor. John Cruz, he's done some good things here. Caught some giant fish out of this place. And last bit of the day, a little shank of the day here for Matt Herron.
Yeah, look at the guys who finished well here last year. Paul Mueller, John Cruz, Jake Whitaker, Scott Canterbury, all of them 61st or worse.
Wow.
Boy, the Scott Canterbury thing stuns me.
Hurt my
especially seeing how many fish got caught on the lower end of Lake George. That's where Scott Canterbury lives every time we've covered him here.
Clark Wentlet was 55th at Scott Martin. Jason Christie. Some surprises. Canterbury 75th.
The thing I'm surprised about, and I don't want to sound like I'm beating somebody down or anything, but I swear I saw Rick Clunn have a fish or 2 on Bass Track yesterday, but he didn't weigh him in, which means he doesn't get a point for the Elite Series events because he didn't weigh in a fish.
Oh, man.
But I thought I saw him on Bass Track.
Finally. That's fun.
Our leader, Greg Hackney, one more look at what a great show he put on for us, and definitely a Cypress environment there.
So, Tommy, if not Greg Hackney, if Greg Hackney does not win this event, and obviously he has a lot of work to do, who do you give the nod to?
Tomorrow? I'm wondering if maybe
Tommy Sand.
Hank Cherry maybe could be the guy of destiny. It just seems like, man, he's turning and there's a bass and he makes another move and there's bass waiting for him there. Sometimes, guys have just got the touch for certain places at certain times.
Would we ever have a leader after 3 days with only 13 bass out of 15? Like, to have the lead, that would be incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not here, that wouldn't happen, right?
I don't think so.
No.
Right there.
I just got a text from someone who just interviewed Hank Cherry before the weigh-in starts because he was the first one to check in and says he's got 5 and they're probably all around 5 on average. He said his small one was 4 on there, but averaging, it seems like he might have more than 22 and closer to 20, 24 maybe.
Who for you, Z? Who do you think absent Hackney would be the guy?
I said this the first day of the tournament, Tommy Sanders. Well, I want to say Brian New there, but I am going to go. Maybe it's the hometown magic this time around, and Cliff Prince pulls this off. But going to be tall order, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be fate, and what a storybook it would be for Greg Hackney to come back in his first Elite Series tournament and hold the trophy.
Absolutely.
So basically, I just said 3 people.
Yeah,
right there,
Brian New, Cliff Prince, Greg Hackney.
That's called factoring your best.
There you go.
Factoring your best right there. Tomorrow morning, FS1, Fox Sports 1, we will join you at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. The weigh-in is coming up next right here on Bassmaster.com. Thank you for being with us today. A big day on St. John's River. We'll see you tomorrow morning.